Long before the Jedi rose to protect the galaxy, and long before the Republic ever held its first Senate session, there was already a place where the laws of civilization meant absolutely nothing. And that place sat directly underneath what would eventually become the most powerful city in the entire galaxy. The story of the Coruscant Underworld actually starts around 100,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. That is the moment when the very first city levels of Coruscant were constructed. Before that point, Coruscant looked like any other regular world. It had a surface. It had open sky above it. It had real ground that anyone could stand on and walk across. But by around 100,000 years before Yavin, the lowest 50 levels of what would become the Ecumenopolis had already been built. An Ecumenopolis is the word for a city that covers an entire planet from pole to pole, and Coruscant was well on its way to becoming exactly that kind of world. The construction kept going for thousands of years after those first levels went up. Buildings were stacked on top of buildings on top of buildings. The original surface of the planet started getting buried by the city itself. By around 95,000 years before Yavin, those bottom 50 levels saw natural sunlight for the very last time. After that day, they were sealed under layer after layer of duracrete and new construction. The sun never reached them again. While all of this was happening up top, something else was going on far below. Most of the native non-sentient creatures on Coruscant went extinct as the city swallowed the world. Only 2 species made it through the transformation. The first was the Thransil, which actually evolved alongside the new city itself. The second was the hawk bat, which adapted without really changing at all. Everything else that had once called the surface home was gone. Around the same era, a species called the Kolumi came to visit Coruscant. The Kolumi were big-brained explorers from another world. And when they saw this giant planet-wide city being built, they were not impressed in the slightest. They actually dismissed Coruscant as a primitive failure. To them, the construction was too crude to be considered real progress. Down in the buried levels, life did not stop once the sunlight was gone. It just shifted into something else entirely. New species began to develop inside the darkness. One of them was called the Chthon. The Chthon were zombie-like humanoids who had devolved over thousands of years living underground without sunlight. Another creature down there was called the Corridor Ghoul. These had no eyes at all. They hunted by sound and by scent, since vision was useless in a place where light never reached. The vermin in the deepest levels grew to sizes that seemed almost impossible. Duracrete slugs reached 10 meters or more in length. Conduit worms stretched over 100 meters from end to end and were known to feed on humanoids who got too close to them. Armored rats lived in the cracks and gaps. Spider roaches scurried through the trash piles. Feral creatures who had escaped from cages generations earlier roamed the deeper corridors freely. By the time the Galactic Republic finally formed in 25,053 years before Yavin, the Underworld was already ancient. It had been there for over 70,000 years before the first senator ever took office. And here is the part that really matters. The Republic did absolutely nothing to change it. Life in the underlevels stayed exactly the same. The new galactic government ignored it. The criminal subculture down there was already older than civilization itself, and a shiny new Senate was never going to fix it. Coruscant's levels went from the very top all the way down to the deepest depths. The highest livable level was level 5127. The very bottom was level 1. Anything close to level 1 was considered uninhabitable by any standard sentient being. Most of the underlevels sat more than a kilometer below the surface platforms, where wealthy citizens actually lived their daily lives. That was an entire vertical world stacked underneath the one most people knew about. The only way to get from one world to the other was through giant portals. These also served as ventilation shafts that moved air between the levels. Sunlight never made it down through them. The air below was full of toxic fumes from thousands of years of accumulated industry and waste. Meanwhile, the wealthy citizens living on the upper levels enjoyed clean, filtered air without ever thinking about what was happening a kilometer beneath them. The dangerous areas of the underworld came in different flavors. The seedy zones included places like the Uskru Entertainment District and Level 1313. Level 1313 got its name because it was exactly 1313 levels above the planet's core. It became a haven for bounty hunters, gangsters, and the kind of galactic scum that the upper levels pretended did not exist. The strong openly preyed on the weak down there. The local police, called the Coruscant Security Force, had an underworld division that was supposed to patrol these areas. But they were so badly outnumbered that their presence was barely felt at all. Crime families ran the show in the lower levels. The streets and alleyways were narrow and tight. Massive warehouses sat abandoned across huge sections of the underlevels, used as squats and hideouts by anyone who wanted to vanish from the world above. And here is one of the strangest facts about the entire underworld. Nobody actually knew where the original ground level of Coruscant was anymore. The foundations of modern buildings had been stacked on top of the foundations of older buildings, which had been stacked on top of even older ones, going back millennia. The original surface of the planet was lost to history. The only fragments of that ground level that anyone could still see were the very tips of the Mannarai Mountains. They poked up just high enough to break through the artificial crust of the city. One tavern in the deeper levels was said to have not seen the sun in 90,000 years, and that fact was treated as completely ordinary down there. The Coruscant underworld predated the Republic. It would outlast the Empire. It was the true cradle of galactic crime, a buried civilization where the bones of each passing government were piled on top of the next, all the way down to level 1. "50 years before the Galactic Republic was even an idea on paper, a single man already controlled thousands of worlds across the galaxy. His name was Jim, and history would come to remember him as the Despot. Zim was a human male, born on the planet Argai, in a region called the Cronies Sweeps. His father was a man named Zer the Eighth, better known across the sector as the Pirate King. Zer had spent his life carving out a personal domain in an area called the Kingdom of Kron. And when he passed his rule down to his son, around 25,130 years before the Battle of Yavin, Zim inherited Argai along with at least 13 other planets. That was his starting hand. That was day 1 of his reign. But Jim was not satisfied with what his father had left him. By the age of just 20 years old, he was already pushing his family's empire outward through brutal warfare. The first 10 years of his rule have a specific name in galactic history. They are called the Expansionist period. And during that single decade, Zim conquered most of the Tion cluster. One of his biggest prizes was the Livian League, a regional power that contained the world Desevro. Once he had Desevro under his control, he did something interesting. He adopted an ancient Rakatan title called Daritha. The Rakata were the rulers of the long-fallen Infinite Empire, an enormous civilization that had dominated the galaxy tens of thousands of years earlier. By taking that title, Zim was telling everyone he met that he saw himself as the rightful heir to one of the oldest galactic empires that had ever existed. He was framing himself as more than a warlord. At its absolute peak, Zim's empire stretched from the Radama Void all the way out to the Maw. Thousands of worlds, one ruler. It was a sprawling military regime built entirely on conquest, and the technology behind it was unlike anything else operating in the galaxy during that period. Zim's forces were armed with the most advanced equipment available at the time. They carried weapons called beam tubes. They wore armor made from a superconducting alloy known as Kyrium. They used Mytag crystals in their systems, and most importantly, they fought alongside war robots. The war robots were bipedal humanoid droids, but they were significantly larger than a standard human soldier. They had been partially built from leftover Rakatan technology that Zim's people had scavenged from the cast-offs of the Tion hegemony. That hidden Rakatan tech gave the war robots a level of self-awareness far beyond any other droid design of that era. Zim was actually the first leader in the galaxy to use war robots and centralized droid armies at this kind of scale. He pioneered the entire concept. His fleet was just as fearsome as his ground forces. His personal flagships were called the Ibon Scimitar and the Death Knell. His armies attacked in mixed squadrons made up of Argaian Hemiolia, Livian Cutters, Thanium Star Glaives, and Cronian Battlebirds. His larger ships included Cronese Harpises, Brygian Penteconters, Thanium Polyremes, Utuski Rakehells, and Zolochi Dreadnoughts. Each vessel was loaded with serious firepower. The main naval weapons were torpedoes, concussion missiles, and pulse cannons. Those pulse cannons were nasty pieces of work. They fired bursts of radiation that could melt enemy hulls and fry the circuitry inside any ship that got hit by them. And the armor on Zim's own warships was made from that Kyrium alloy, which gave every one of his vessels a mirrored hull. That mirrored hull could actually reflect a large portion of enemy energy weapons right back at the source. But the most feared part of Zim's regime was not the fleet at all. It was his secret police. They were called the Genoharadan, and they were the original galactic shadow organization. The Genoharadan was a covert bounty hunter guild that Zim created specifically to remove his most powerful enemies and rivals from the picture without anyone seeing it happen. They did not march in the streets. They did not announce themselves. They manipulated galactic political events through quiet operations, working in the dark. While Zim's armies handled the more public conflicts, the Genoharadan would go on to influence galactic events for thousands of years after Zim himself was long gone from history. But they started as his personal tool. Zim also kept his own people in line through fear. He used harsh mass punishments to control any population that started getting restless. There were rumors that he would literally jettison large groups of troublemakers into the void of space, ejecting them out through the airlocks of his ships. Whether those rumors were fully accurate or partially exaggerated, The effect on his subjects was identical. People across his territory feared him deeply. His empire became extraordinarily wealthy as it grew, and the entire economy was geared toward war fighting. Shipyards and factories on Jamanir, Cadanth, and Thanium pumped out the equipment and materials needed to keep the war machine running. Other worlds in his territory built merchant ships and navigation beacons. His network connected huge tracts of previously unexplored space with safe trade lanes. The Empire could move goods, fuel, and soldiers across enormous distances with no real trouble. Tyonese artisans actually competed with each other to win the despot's personal approval. Zim expanded or constructed giant palaces on Raxus Prime, Amarin, and Argai. He also kept a royal retreat at a place called Nuswata, and it was here at Nuswata that one of the most legendary parts of his empire existed: the Forbidden Gardens. These gardens were exactly what they sound like. For anyone outside of Zim's personal court, gazing upon the gardens was enough to bring down the harshest possible punishment. According to legend, the gardens were tended by a group of slaves who had been blind since birth. Other rumors suggested that the gardeners were actually failed military officers, traitors, or conquered enemies who had been brought there to face their final fate. Either way, the message was crystal clear. Beauty in Zim's empire came with a steep cost attached to it. He also sent Tyonese colonists out by the thousands to uninhabited and depopulated worlds. The goal was to strengthen his empire and spread Tyonese culture outward across the galaxy. He even constructed an orbital fortress during this period. Today it is known as Terman Station, and it was placed near a world called Shrilur in a region known as the Periphery. Its specific job was to keep a watchful eye on the Hutts. And that brings us to what was really happening at the edge of Zim's empire. Beyond his borders, in a region called the Reaches, his forces had encountered something they did not expect. They ran into Sakian and Nimbanel traders who served a much older civilization, the civilization of the slug-like Hutts. Zim explored these regions personally as well. He allegedly ranged as far as distant Pelgrin and supposedly visited its legendary oracle while he was out there. Through his explorations and through the work of his Genoharadan, Zim slowly built up a complete portrait of the Hutts and everything they owned. He was preparing for the inevitable confrontation between two galactic powers. His reign was so massive in scope that an entire body of literature was eventually written about him. A holowrite named Peshuslok wrote a play called Jim at Vontor, along with over 90 other holoplays about the despot. All of them together became part of a collaborative literary work known as the Despotica. That is the scale of Zim's place in galactic history. He was so significant that an entire literary canon was built around his life and his rule. And the confrontation he had been preparing for, the one with the Hutts, was about to become one of the most defining moments in the long story of galactic crime. The clash that had been brewing for years finally exploded into open warfare, and it would take everything Zim had built to throw at it. What followed was a war so massive that it pulled in nearly a quarter of all species and intelligent machines in the galaxy. The two empires had been competing for control of a region called the Cyclata Cluster for several years already. At the heart of that competition sat one specific world. That world was Vontor. It was the focal point both sides wanted, and it would eventually become the location where the entire conflict came to a head. On the Hutt side, the empire was led by a figure named Cossack Inijik Ardurv. Cossack had declared himself the leader of the Hutt clans, and he was one of the most cunning Hutt warlords in their long history. At first, Zim did not actually think war with the Hutts was inevitable. He thought there might be a way to settle things without a full conflict. But the Hutts made a critical mistake. They were arrogant enough to suggest that Zim and the Tionese could serve them as favored slaves. They actually proposed that the despot of the galaxy bow down to them. That kind of suggestion was the worst thing they could have said to a man like Zim. The furious despot started preparing for war immediately. The opening offensive came in 25,102 years before Yavin. Zim took his military to a lush Hutt colony world called Kovari and devastated the place. Hutt legends would later remember the sack of Kovari as one of the most savage events in their entire history. But the war did not stay one-sided for long. Zim's next drive aimed for the Hutt world of Sleheiron, and that drive failed completely. The Tionese warships were pushed back by Hutt forces all the way to a region called Zo's Eye. Today we know that same region by a different name. It is the place we now call Kessel. Yes, the same Kessel that would later become famous for its spice mines and the legendary Kessel Run. Back then, it was a nest of black holes, and many of Zim's ships were lost inside it. The Hutts realized something important after that exchange. They had badly underestimated the Tionese. So Cossack put together a serious response. In approximately 25,101 years before Yavin, the Hutts wiped out an entire fleet of Zim's at what became known as the First Battle of Vontor. Zim's pilots were outmaneuvered by the Hutts and their slave species. As a penalty for losing, Zim was forced to withdraw his forces from all worlds the Hutts claimed. But here is the thing about Zim. He did not see that withdrawal as a real defeat. To him, the loss was just a temporary setback on the road to total victory. He started rebuilding his forces immediately. He was so completely certain of eventual victory that he gave the Hutt world of Sleheiron a new name in his own plans. He called it the Ninth Throne. He drew up detailed plans for how Hutt territories would be divided into provinces under his rule. And he sent newly built warships back into the Cyclata cluster to raid worlds like Kintan, Klaatuin, and Vodran. A year later, Zim made a move that no outsider had ever made before in Hutt history. He demanded a second battle of Vontor. He invoked an ancient ritual combat tradition that the Hutts had always reserved for their own internal conflicts. No outsider had ever called for it. Cossack was completely caught off guard by the challenge. But the Hutt warlord adapted quickly. His army laid waste to the very last and best of Zim's biological troops, an elite unit known as the Duinarbulon Star Lancers. The fight ended in a massive surface engagement where both sides took serious losses. The second battle ended with no clear winner, and the encounter was so memorable that a Croak poet named Asenek later commemorated it in a poem called The Gleam of Kirium. After that inconclusive second battle, the Hutts had a major realization. They could not win a straight conventional war against Zim. So they did what the Hutts always did best. They turned to subterfuge. This was the moment when the underworld tactics that the Hutts would become famous for over the next 25,000 years truly began to take shape. They started paying privateers from many different species to harass Zim's borders. The privateers used hit-and-run attacks. They raided supply ships. They disrupted trade routes across Tionese space. Those privateer attacks cut heavily into Zim's shipping over the following year and sapped his stockpiles of war material. It made him increasingly paranoid. He started handling his logistics in unusual ways, sending secret shipments to hidden fortified bases. And here is where the Hutts reshaped the galactic underworld permanently in a single political move. They imposed something called the Treaty of Vontor on 4 conquered species. Those species were the Vodrons, the Niktos, the Klatooinians, and the Weequay. The treaty locked all 4 of these civilizations into permanent servitude as Hutt mercenaries. That meant they would fight Hutt wars forever after that point. And the truly wild part of this treaty is the timeline attached to it. The Treaty of Vontor was so deeply binding that it kept those 4 species in servitude for millennia, lasting all the way into the days of the New Republic thousands of years later. The Hutts had just created a permanent mercenary force out of entire civilizations. In 25,100 years before Yavin, Cossack issued one final challenge. He called Zim to a 3rd and final battle at Vontor. Zim was now unable to refuse a duel of honor without losing face in front of his whole empire. So he accepted, and what followed was almost beyond belief. The 3rd Battle of Vontor lasted more than 900 Vontorian spins. In standard time, that comes out to about 2.5 years of continuous combat. A Klatooinian skald named Pupaku logged the entire event and recorded that no conflict in known history had any equal to it in terms of ruin and heroism. After multiple waves of reinforcements arrived on both sides, the participant count climbed to nearly 1/4 of all species and automatons in the entire galaxy. Few battles in history would ever rival it for sheer numbers alone. The Hutt forces at the 3rd battle were bolstered by Klatooinian, Vodron, Nikto, and Weequay mercenaries fighting under the new treaty. Those mercenaries had been jacked up on spice, which kept them fighting through wave after wave of attacks. They were the ones who finally cracked Zim's most legendary weapon. The slave warriors lured Zim's reputedly invincible Kyrium-clad war robots down into the Vontor underground, and once they had them trapped in the tunnels, they took them apart one by one, even as they themselves fell in the process. While Zim was busy sending his warships against Cossacks' forces in orbit, the Vodrons and their allies finished off most of his war robots on the ground. Then they wrecked his orbital platforms by bombing them from below. Zim's fleet was destroyed in orbit, with the exception of a few ships that managed to escape carrying the last surviving war robots on board. His armies on the surface had already been running short on supplies thanks to all the privateer harassment over the previous months. And without resupply, they were defeated completely. Now here is where the official history and the actual truth split into 2 very different stories. The Hutt account said Zim fell during the conflict, but the real story was something else entirely. Zim was captured alive. He was paraded throughout Hutt space for everyone to see. Cossack personally had Zim blinded, and the Despot ended his days as a slave in the dungeons of Cossack on the Hutt homeworld of Val. Taiwanese history told a different version of these final events. According to their records, Zim was betrayed and ended at Vontor through treachery. They also claimed that his treasure ship, called the Queen of Ranroon, escaped to a planet called Delalt, carrying 1,000 of his war robots, known as the Guardian Corps. On Delalt, those war robots were offloaded to guard something called the treasure vaults of Zim the Despot. The droids were maintained for generations by a cult known as the Survivors, who were descended from the original crew of the Queen of Ranroon. There is one more legacy from this conflict that lives on in galactic culture. Kovari, the world Zim had sacked at the very start of the war, was renamed in honor of its defender. The new name was Bunta, after Bunta the Hutt himself. And from that point forward, a sacred Hutt holiday called Bunta's Eve was celebrated annually to commemorate the night before the Third Battle of Vontor, when Bunta had addressed his kin, his retainers, and his slaves before the fight. The Hutt victory at the Third Battle of Vontor in 25,100 years before Yavin paved the way for everything that came next. It ended the reign of Zim the Despot completely. It opened the door for Hutt domination of the entire Outer Rim, and it kicked off nearly 2 centuries of unchecked Hutt power that would form the true foundation of the galactic underworld itself. For 2 full centuries after Zim's defeat, the Hutts were the single most powerful government anywhere in the galaxy. Then their entire empire was wiped out in a single catastrophe, and what rose from the ashes was something far more dangerous. The Hutt Empire had actually been formed at some point after 25,200 years before the Battle of Yavin, and for the next 200 years or so, no government in the galaxy could match its reach. The Hutts dominated the Outer Rim. They held sway across huge stretches of space far beyond what would later become Republic borders, and they ran their empire in a way that nobody else had really tried before. The Hutts could be ruthless warriors when they needed to be. The fall of Zim had proven that beyond any doubt. But warfare was not really what made them tick. Their influence was overwhelmingly economic in nature. They generally regarded political or military conquest as less important than control of commerce. They wanted to own the trade. They wanted to own the markets. They wanted to own the supply lines, and they were willing to use force when force was necessary to protect those interests. That commercial focus did not mean the Hutts were gentle rulers. That was far from the truth. They enslaved any species they considered useful for their operations, and species they did not find useful tended to vanish from the galaxy entirely. Ancient rim worlds like Delacrix and Rin kept records of what happened to planets that got caught between feuding Hutt clans, or to civilizations that managed to offend the wrong Hutt warlord. Entire populations were erased from the stars. One species actually managed to avoid both fates. The Sakians of Hutt space won the respect of the Hutts and kept their independence in exchange for regular tribute payments. They were the rare exception to the rule. The Hutts originally hailed from a planet called Varl, located in the Ordo system within a region known as the Hutt Space Oversector. Varl had been their world for as long as anyone could remember. It was their original capital from the formation of the Empire in 25,200 years before Yavin all the way down to the year 15,000 before Yavin. That is 10,000 years of capital status for a single planet. And here is something interesting about Varl that not many people in the wider galaxy ever knew. Varl had actually been a conquest of the Rakata at some point in the deep past, and it was part of the old Infinite Empire long before the Hutts ever rose to power on it. Ancient Sakian chronicles recorded some striking details about what Hutt cavaliers looked like back in those days. They wore iron shells of armor. They maneuvered around on metal limbs, treads, or wheels. The descriptions later got compared to the shell huts of a world called Circumtor. The same Sakian tribute counts also recorded something even more impressive. The Sakians had been paid for helping the Hutts build something called Planechanga. These were massive tubular rail guns that could accelerate asteroids to velocities capable of shattering an entire planet. The Hutts were not playing around. They had built weapons specifically designed to break apart whole worlds. Their trade routes formed the arteries of an interstellar commercial empire. The major routes had names that still carry weight in galactic history. The Pabul Hutta reached from Val all the way to Bunta. The Pabul Slaheiron crossed the Pabul Hutta at Slaheiron, running from Nimbun to Formos. And the Pabul Krita connected another major stretch of Hutt territory. These were the highways of an underworld economy that already dwarfed anything the rest of the galaxy was running at the time. After the founding of the Galactic Republic in 25,053 years before Yavin, something unexpected actually happened. The Hutts fought alongside the brand new Republic. The shared enemy was the honorable union of Desevro and Tion, the same Tion region that had once belonged to Jim's empire. The conflict was called the Tionese War, and for a brief moment in galactic history, the Hutts were partners with a legitimate government. It would be one of the few times in their entire run as a civilization that they ever played that role. But the real story of this era is not about partnerships or politics. It is about what happened to the Hutt homeworld around 15,000 years before Yavin. According to Hutt legend, the planet Val orbited two suns. Those suns were named Evona and Ardos, and the Hutts venerated both stars as gods. These were not metaphorical deities either. The Hutts treated those two suns as actual divine beings. And then something catastrophic happened to one of them. Evona was consumed by a black hole. According to the Hutt account, Ardos reacted with absolute fury at the loss. The remaining sun expelled its gaseous external layers and ended the other planets of the star system in a single violent burst. The cataclysm rolled through the system around 15,000 years before Yavin, and somehow, against all expectations, Val itself survived the wreckage. But survival came at a steep cost. The atmosphere of Val was vaporized. The biosphere was wiped clean. The whole world was reduced to a barren wasteland with no life left on it at all. The Hutt Empire had actually fled Val before the cataclysm hit at full force. They had the time and the warning to evacuate, and they resettled at one of their colony worlds called Evokar, which they promptly renamed Nal Hutta. From that moment forward, Nal Hutta would be the new beating heart of Hutt civilization. But here is where things get strange in a deeply religious way. The Hutts came to believe that by surviving the cataclysm, they had been elevated to the status of near gods. They saw their escape as proof that they were chosen beings, lifted up by their own surviving sun god. That single religious conviction would inform their imperious cultural identity for millennia after the disaster itself. Every arrogant Hutt warlord who ever looked down on a non-Hutt for the next 15,000 years was drawing from this exact belief. The planet they left behind did not stay completely empty, though. It was eventually re-inhabited by the descendants of abandoned servants of the Hutts. They built a few squalid manufacturing centers under air domes, scraping by on a world that should not have supported life at all. As for the story of Val's destruction itself, most outsiders dismissed the whole tale as Hutt-E's exaggeration. The most commonly accepted alternate theory among scholars was that the Hutts had destroyed their own world in some ancient civil war and made up the divine story afterward. The truth probably falls somewhere in between those two versions. There are strong signs that the cratered wasteland of Val had once been a pleasant green world before whatever cataclysm hit it. And besides Val itself and a field of asteroids, no other world ever orbited the white dwarf called Ardos again after the event. Whatever happened, it had been thorough. Val remained sacred in Hutt tradition for thousands of years after the disaster. The Hutts forbade other ships from approaching the planet. They held patrol ships around Val for millennia just to enforce that ban. And much later in galactic history, after a separate event called the Yuuzhan Vong invasion, the Hutts refused to discuss the fate of Val with outsiders at all. That silence suggested there were deeper religious or political reasons for what had really happened, ones the Hutts would never share with anybody. Now back to the main thread of history. Following the Cataclysm, the Hutt Empire as a political entity effectively collapsed. The component clans suddenly had to negotiate with each other instead of fighting under one unified banner. All that remained of the old empire became known as Hutt space. Nal Hutta sat as the new capital, with the surviving clans now competing against each other. Around 15,000 years before Yavin, much of Hutt space had been devastated during the events now called the Hutt Cataclysms, which rendered Val and several other colony worlds barren and incapable of sustaining life. When the surviving clans relocated to Evokar and renamed it Nal Hutta, they did one more thing on their way in. They displaced and exiled the native species of the planet, a people called the Evoshi. The Evoshi were pushed off their own world and forced to live on its moon, a place called Nar Shaddaa. That moon would later become one of the most important locations in the entire history of the galactic underworld. And here is the real takeaway from this whole era. The fall of the Hutt Empire was not the end of the Hutts as a galactic power. It was their transformation into something new. They went from being an open imperial regime to becoming a hidden criminal cartel. And that cartel would shape the galactic underworld for the next 15,000 years, all the way through the rise of the Republic, the fall of the Republic, the rise of the Empire, and beyond. The Hutts had just become the foundation that every future crime syndicate in the galaxy would be built on top of. This is the moment when the underworld learned how to hide. The Hutts had just lost their empire to a cosmic disaster, and what they built to replace it would prove far more dangerous than any open regime ever could be. Before 15,000 years before Yavin, the Hutts had actually only owned a small piece of the planet Evokar. The rest of the world belonged to its native species, a humanoid people called the Evoki. Evokar back then was a primitive world. Dense forests covered huge portions of its surface. Untamed seas spread between the continents. The Evosi lived simple lives on it, and their civilization was not technologically advanced at all. But the Hutts had something the Evosi wanted. They had advanced technology, and the Hutts were already legendary across the galaxy for one specific personality trait. That trait was greed. They started making business deals with the Evosi. They would trade pieces of their technology in exchange for portions of land. And those land deals kept growing in size. The deals continued year after year and generation after generation. The Hutt holdings on Evokar steadily expanded, while the Evosi kept signing contracts they did not fully understand. Then came the year 15,000 before Yavin. Val was wiped out by the cataclysm we covered in the last section, and the Hutts suddenly needed a new homeworld immediately. They turned their attention to Evokar. But they did not invade it through military force. They did something far more devastating. They hired lawyers. Specifically, they collaborated with Vipit lawyers from a planet called Ali. The Vipits helped the Hutts buy out the entire planet of Evokar from the Evosi through legal contracts. The Hutts also backed up those contracts with force when they needed to. Through this combination of legal pressure and direct intimidation, the Hutts established themselves as the new rulers of the world. They renamed the planet Hutta, which translates to glorious jewel in Huttese. And just like that, the new capital of Hutt space was officially born. Once they took control, the Hutts immediately began transforming the world to suit their own preferences. They put up palaces across the surface. They constructed sprawling amusement parks. They threw up new structures everywhere they wanted. And the Evosi could do nothing to stop any of the construction. The Hutts went further than that too. They destroyed the planet's lush mountainous rainforests entirely. They terraformed the entire world into what they considered paradise, which to the rest of the galaxy was a fetid sauna of muck and marshes and heavy, humid air. The new climate suited Hutt physiology perfectly. It was uninhabitable for almost anyone else. The Evosi did not stay silent during this takeover. They appealed to the new Galactic Republic for justice. They asked the Republic to step in and protect them from what was happening to their homeworld. But the Republic looked at the legal paperwork. The contracts the Evosi had signed with the Hutts were binding under Republic law. The Republic ruled in favor of the Hutts. That single decision sent a clear message to the galaxy about how the new government would handle these matters. And the rising Underworld was watching very closely. Now here is what happened to the Evosi themselves after the ruling. Many of them were evicted from Hutta entirely. The Hutts pushed them out to the fifth moon of the planet. That moon would later become known by a different name. It would be called Shaddaa, the smuggler's moon. That same moon would eventually become one of the most infamous locations in the whole galactic underworld. But its origin story actually starts right here, with a displaced native species forced off their homeworld and dropped onto a barren rock that nobody really wanted. Most of the Evosi who stayed behind on Hutta were enslaved to build the cities of Hutta. A few banded together into rebel tribes who refused to comply with the new order, and those rebels were ultimately defeated and removed from the picture. The resettled Evosi on Shaddaa had it even worse in some ways. They were used as indentured labor to build something called the vertical city, which is the urban structure that still covers the entire surface of the moon to this day. That labor force was not freed for 500 years. After 5 centuries of forced construction work, the moon was completely urbanized from pole to pole. Only at that point were the surviving Evosi officially released from their enslavement. But freedom did not actually save them in any meaningful way. The Evosi took refuge in the undercity of Shaddaa alongside another group known as the Ganks. And down there in the lower levels, surrounded by the toxic technologies that the moon's industries pumped out around the clock, the Evosi began to mutate over generations. They eventually devolved into savages, twisted by the very world the Hutts had forced them into. While all of this was happening on the surface and the moons, something even more important was being built behind the scenes. A new Hutt philosophy was taking shape. A new system of governance was being designed by the cartel's most powerful figures, and it was the kind of system that would shape the underworld for millennia to come. In the aftermath of the Cataclysm and the takeover of Evokar, the Hutts came under the leadership of a figure named Budhila Hestilik Amura. Budhila looked at what had just happened to his species and made a decision that would change galactic history forever. He established something called the Council of Elders. The Council's job was to mediate disputes between Hutt clans and prevent the kind of infighting that could further weaken the species after the disaster they had just survived. Then Boudillah introduced a brand new philosophy. He called it Khajidik. The word translated roughly into a single core idea. Somebody has got to have it, so why not us? That short phrase summed up the entire new Hutt mindset perfectly. The Khajidik philosophy was a pragmatic renunciation of open war and military conquest. Instead, it advocated indirect control through commerce. And as the system developed over time, that indirect control bled fully into the criminal underworld. The Hutts had stopped trying to rule the galaxy openly. They were now going to rule it from underneath the surface. The Khajidik philosophy gradually transformed the old Hutt empire into something completely new. It became the oligarchic Hutt cartel. Instead of being a single ruling government, the cartel was a loose alliance of clans bound together by shared interest in wealth and prosperity. The word Khajidish itself eventually came to refer to the individual families that made up the cartel and their business enterprises. Each clan was both a family and a gang at the same time. The structure was deeply blurred between blood relation and criminal enterprise. The Council of Elders included Hutts, who represented the oldest and most influential Khajidiks in the cartel. Among them were the eldest members of clans that could trace their ancestry all the way back to distant Val, before the Cataclysm hit. This council decided the fate of nearly all Hutts living in Hutt space. All Hutts were answerable to them in theory. Their internal proceedings were closed to outsiders completely. Even Hutts operating in the farthest outskirts of the galaxy ultimately abided by the Council's decisions, which gave the Hutts a unified criminal policy that stretched across light years of space. Outside the Council sat the Hutt cartel itself. Officially, it was described as an alliance of various Hutt clans working together for the common goal of attaining wealth and prosperity. Unofficially, it was a ruthless crime syndicate operating at a galactic scale. Turf wars and clan infighting often left the cartel in splintered uproar, with rival clans openly fighting in the streets one day and feasting together the very next day after. The Hutts treated rivalry and friendship as roles you could swap in and out of, depending on what your business interests demanded at the moment. The cartel mostly stayed neutral in major galactic affairs. Both the Republic and later powers tried at various points to secure the Hutts' loyalty, and most of those attempts failed. The Hutts answered to nobody but themselves. Two of the most powerful Khajidiks that would dominate later galactic history were already taking shape during this era. The first was Desilijik, the clan that would eventually produce Jabba the Hutt himself. The second was Besadii, the clan that produced figures like Aruk and Durga. The rivalry between Desilijik and Besadii would become one of the most legendary feuds in all of Hutt history. Other notable clans included the Angiliak, which would later be led by figures named Miarga Angiliak Atirue and Vedo Angiliak Atirue. There was also the Ture family, along with various smaller Khajidiks operating on Nal-Hutta and on the desert world of Tatooine. Each Hutt clan often developed its own Khajidik insignia, a symbol of identity and authority within the cartel. Prominent members like Jabba the Hutt would actually tattoo that insignia on themselves to mark their clan affiliation visibly. The Hutts also created a complex internal code of conduct known as the Old Law, which governed challenges, duels, and successions within the Khajidiks. By the late Hutt cartel era, the cartel's reach spanned the galaxy. Their operations included piracy, slavery, spice smuggling, gun running, gambling, and protection rackets. Almost any kind of organized crime that exists in the galaxy could be traced back to a Hutt clan running it somewhere in the shadows. And here is the truly wild part about the Khajidic system. The system actually worked over the long term. It proved remarkably resilient to galactic change. The system survived the fall of the Hutt Empire that birthed it. It survived the Sith Wars. It survived the Mandalorian Wars. It survived the Clone Wars. It survived the rise and fall of the Galactic Empire. It even survived the catastrophic Yuuzhan Vong invasion thousands of years later. Government after government rose and fell across the galaxy, and the Khajidic system just kept rolling along underneath them all. The transformation from open empire to hidden cartel was the single most consequential shift in the entire history of galactic crime. It was the moment when the Underworld stopped trying to rule the galaxy openly and started ruling it from beneath. That mindset would define the Underworld for the next 15,000 years. And the people who came up with the entire system were sitting on a swampy world they had stolen through paperwork. Nar Shaddaa was the only world in the galaxy where you could actually see the Underworld with your own eyes. Crime was not hiding here, and there was no civilized surface for it to hide beneath in the first place. The moon was called Nar Shaddaa, and as we covered in the last section, its first population came from the displaced Evosi, who had been pushed off Nal Hutta by the Hutts. The Hutts had originally brought the Evosi to Nar Shaddaa to build a sprawling urban structure called the Vertical City. The construction work took centuries to complete, and during that long stretch, the moon began to prosper alongside its parent planet. Within roughly 500 years of the initial construction, the entire moon was urbanized from pole to pole. At that point, the surviving Evosi were officially declared free from their forced labor. But freedom alone did not help them survive. They had nowhere else to go. They had no resources to start over with. They had no homes outside of the city they had just spent generations building. So most of them descended into the moon's growing undercity, where they would slowly be forgotten by the rest of the galaxy. Down in those lower levels, the Evosi began to mutate over generations due to the toxic technologies practiced on the moon. The same fate had befallen creatures deep in the Coruscant underworld. But this version was happening at a smaller scale and far more openly. Nar Shaddaa was becoming a darker mirror of what had been happening on Coruscant for tens of thousands of years already. But the Evosi descent was only one part of the moon's story during this era. Up on the surface and in the higher levels, Nar Shaddaa was becoming one of the most important trading hubs in the entire galaxy. For roughly 11,000 years, the smuggler's moon rivaled Coruscant itself as a center of interstellar trade. Nal Hutta also played that role to a lesser extent. But here is where the comparison between the two great hubs gets interesting. On Coruscant, the legitimate trade happened up top, while the criminal trade was buried beneath the surface. On Nar Shaddaa, the criminal trade was the trade. There was shadier merchandise on offer everywhere. The laws were significantly more lax. The whole point of the moon was that you could do things there that you could not do anywhere else under Republic protection. That was the period when Nar Shaddaa earned its iconic nickname. The galaxy started calling it the Smuggler's Moon. From that point onward, the name stuck across the stars. If you needed to buy or sell something the Republic did not allow, you went to Nar Shaddaa. If you needed to disappear from your old life completely, you went to Nar Shaddaa. If you wanted to make a deal that no civilized court would ever bless, you went straight to the Smuggler's Moon. The vertical city itself eventually covered the entire surface of Nar Shaddaa. The moon became an ecumenopolis just like Coruscant, but with a completely different personality. Where Coruscant pretended to be lawful on the surface, Nar Shaddaa flaunted its criminality openly. Visitors to the moon found both its population and its terrain to be fundamentally unwelcoming places. The entire moon was given over to vice and trade, and there was no real pretense about it being anything else. Around 4,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, something happened that pushed Nar Shaddaa even further into criminal territory. A major hyperspace route called the Utmian Pobble was disrupted in the region. With that route gone, Nal Hutta and its moon gradually devolved into havens for smugglers, pirates, and other criminals seeking refuge. Legitimate trade dropped off significantly across the sector. The kinds of merchants who relied on safe and lawful travel started avoiding the region entirely. What was left behind was a clientele that did not particularly care about Republic laws at all. Nar Shaddaa became home to refugees and outlaws from across the galaxy in the years that followed. The Hutts actively encouraged this development too. They wanted the moon to be known as a free zone, where Republic laws could not reach anyone. That branding worked exactly as intended. People with nowhere else to go ended up on Nar Shaddaa, and the Hutts profited off all of them. By the time of the Dark Wars in approximately 3,951 years before Yavin, Nal Hutta and Nar Shaddaa were openly enslaving the very refugees who had arrived seeking safety. The Hutts purchased these refugees directly from a syndicate called the Exchange, who delivered them through a part of the moon called the Refugee Sector. Slavery was officially sanctioned by the Hutts, despite the Republic's laws against it. The Refugee Sector became infamous as a place where the desperate were sold off to the highest bidder, processed through a system designed to maximize Hutt profit at any cost to the people involved. The Hutts also dominated other species during this same long era. They controlled the Twi'leks of Ryloth and the Nikto species for several centuries straight, treating both populations as captive labor pools for the cartel's various businesses. These were not small operations either. The Hutts were essentially running a multi-species captive labor empire across the entire Outer Rim, and Nar Shaddaa was the central marketplace for that empire. Famous bounty hunters and crime lords made their homes on Nar Shaddaa throughout the Old Republic period. One of the most well-known residents was a Trandoshan named Kradosk, who would go on to shape the bounty hunting profession itself in the centuries that followed. The moon attracted talent the way honey attracts flies. If you were a serious player in the galactic underworld at any point in this era, you eventually showed up on Nar Shaddaa to make a name for yourself. During the Great Galactic War that began around 3,681 years before Yavin, a massive conflict broke out between the reconstituted Sith Empire and the Galactic Republic. The Hutts did something very characteristic during this war. They officially remained neutral. They sat the entire conflict out and made sure their own worlds remained exactly the way they liked them. But behind the scenes, the Hutts were doing something else entirely. They were secretly supplying the Republic with arms and technology. The reason for this was strategic. The Hutts saw the Republic as the kind of government they could influence and manipulate over time. The Republic was big and slow and full of competing interests, which made it easy for the Hutts to slip in and bend the system their way. The Sith Empire, on the other hand, was militaristic and strict. The Hutts feared that if the Sith won the war, the new regime would not tolerate the existence of a parallel criminal empire operating right inside its territory. So they helped the Republic survive while pretending to be neutral, because a weaker government meant a stronger Hutt cartel. By the time of the Cold War that followed, around 3,653 years before Yavin, the Hutts had cemented their reputation as the galaxy's premier criminal power. Neither side of the Great War could afford to act against them openly anymore. The Hutts were too important to too many supply chains across the stars. Too many people in many different governments had already been bribed or compromised by Hutt agents. The cartel had effectively become untouchable. The slave trade through Nar Shaddaa never stopped during this period of galactic war. The refugee sector continued operating as a notorious processing site for sentient beings without papers. Meanwhile, the upper levels of the vertical city were lined with what the Hutts considered their most successful businesses. There were famous brothels operating openly along the main thoroughfares. Gambling halls drew crowds from across the sector nightly. Gladiatorial arenas hosted matches that drew bets from wealthy spectators on the upper tiers. Spice dens lined the better blocks of the city. The bright lights and the loud music covered all the wealthy levels of the moon. But truly desperate citizens existed thousands of levels below, deep in the Undercity, where the lights did not reach them and the music did not play at all. The whole moon was patrolled by Hutt-paid guards on duty around the clock. The enforcers were typically Klatwinian, Nikto, or Weequay warriors, the descendants of the same species that had been bound to the Hutts during the Treaty of Vontor more than 20,000 years earlier. The ancient treaty had created a permanent private army for the Hutts, and that army was now policing the most criminal moon in the entire galaxy. Other major crime syndicates also operated out of Nar Shaddaa, even when they were officially based somewhere else in the stars. The exchange ran operations from the moon. Black Sun rented space there too. Many other syndicates followed their lead over the centuries that followed. The Smuggler's Moon was essentially a shared workspace for the entire galactic underworld, a place where rival criminal organizations could maintain offices and run their operations without much interference from anyone. By 3,951 years before Yavin, Nar Shaddaa had become so notorious that even the Jedi Order eventually took notice of it. A Jedi exile named Meetra Surik visited the moon during the Dark Wars and directly destabilized the exchange operations she found there. It was one of the rare moments when a Force user successfully disrupted what was happening on Nar Shaddaa, though her efforts only put a temporary dent in the larger criminal machine. Various Hutt clans maintained palace estates on Nar Shaddaa throughout this entire period. Both the Desiligic and the Besadai Kajidics kept residences on the moon, which essentially made the place a secondary court for the Hutt elite themselves. When the leadership of a Hutt clan was not on Nal Hutta, they were probably relaxing somewhere on Nar Shaddaa instead. The full list of Hutt-run businesses on the moon during this era was staggering in scope. The operations included spice refineries, slave markets, gambling parlors, weapon manufactories, brothels, and underground gladiatorial arenas. Almost any form of vice or exploitation that existed anywhere in the galaxy was represented somewhere on the Smuggler's Moon. And here is what is truly remarkable about all of this history. Nar Shaddaa's importance to the galactic underworld would only continue growing in the millennia that followed. By the Imperial era thousands of years later, it would be considered the unofficial capital of organized crime across the entire galaxy. By the New Republic era after that, it would remain an autonomous pirate haven that even a galactic government could not bring under effective control. The smuggler's moon was the second great pillar of the galactic underworld, standing right alongside Coruscant for tens of thousands of years. But the two pillars worked in completely different ways from each other. Coruscant's underworld was buried beneath layer after layer of polite civilization. Shaddaa wore its criminality on the outside for the entire galaxy to see, a city moon where vice itself was the law of the land. For thousands of years, the Hutts had assumed they controlled the galactic underworld without any serious competition. Then a brand new criminal organization rose up to challenge them, and at the very top of this rival syndicate was a secret that nobody saw coming. The organization was called the Exchange. It was active from approximately 4,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, all the way to at least 3,627 years before Yavin. That is a continuous run of nearly 400 years as one of the most powerful crime syndicates of the entire Old Republic era. And here is what made the Exchange fundamentally different from the Hutts. It was not run by a single species or a single bloodline. It was a true professional syndicate built on criminal expertise. Their operations included spice refinement and smuggling, extortion, weapons trafficking, slave trading, and bounty hunting. Anything you could do illegally for profit in the Outer Rim, the Exchange was probably running some version of it somewhere. The organization was active on many planets and employed some of the most feared figures in the entire galactic underworld. One of their most notorious agents was a bounty hunter named Kalo Nord, who became one of the most feared bounty hunters of the entire Old Republic era. During an event called the First Jedi Purge, the Exchange posted a bounty on live Jedi that was so massive it could have purchased an entire planet. That single bounty made the Exchange one of the most dangerous threats Jedi survivors faced after the Purge. The Exchange operated throughout much of the Outer Rim territories. Their major hubs included Taris, Telos IV, and Shaddaa, the same smuggler's moon we covered in the last section. Each major planet had its own exchange boss running operations there, and the three most important bosses during this era are worth knowing in detail. Each one tells us something different about how the syndicate actually worked. The first major boss was a man named Davik Kang. Davik Kang was a male human crime lord who had been with the Exchange for a long time. During the height of the Jedi Civil War, around 3,956 years before Yavin, Davik was the head of all Exchange operations on a major Outer Rim world called Taris. He had a private estate on the planet where he ran his business, and his story is actually one of the most interesting rise-to-power stories in Underworld history. Kang had apparently grown up in the lower city of Taris, living in poverty alongside the non-human residents of the lower levels. He never forgot that experience. As he built his criminal empire, he specifically recruited non-human bounty hunters to work for him, most notably a heavy contingent of Rodians. That choice gave Kang both loyalty and street credibility that other crime lords completely lacked. He employed dozens of mercenaries and enforcers to keep Taris under his unofficial control. Two of his most famous hires were a former Mandalorian named Canderous Ordo and the bounty hunter Kalo Nord himself. Kang's most prized possession was a smuggling vessel called the Ebon Hawk. He claimed it was the fastest ship in the entire galaxy, and that claim would later be tested in the most dramatic possible way. Kang also resented the Sith presence on Taris because their planet-wide blockade had halted his intergalactic operations completely. But Kang was smart enough to avoid bothering the Sith directly, which kept him alive when other crime lords were picking fights with the wrong people. He decorated his estate with the stuffed heads of ferocious creatures hunted by Kalo Nord, but the Ebon Hawk was always his real treasure. Then, in 3,956 years before Yavin, everything fell apart in one of the most dramatic events of the entire era. An amnesiac man named Revan, who had once been the Dark Lord of the Sith himself, infiltrated Kang's estate posing as a recruit. Revan worked alongside Canderous Ordo to steal launch codes from a Sith base on the planet. And when the operation went down, Davik fell to Revan in his own hangar at the exact moment that Darth Malak began an orbital bombardment of Taris from above. Revan and his companions escaped in the Ebon Hawk just as Malak's Sith fleet pounded the entire city planet into dust from orbit. Kang's prize ship became their getaway vehicle. The most powerful exchange operation in the Outer Rim was wiped out in a single day. But the Syndicate itself kept going. 5 years later, another major hit landed on the exchange. The Jedi exile Meetra Surik arrived on Shaddaa. She proceeded to destabilize the exchange's operations on the moon completely. She took out the crime lords Sakwesh and Visquis. She then destroyed the exchange's flagship vessel, which was called the Visionary. Her actions dismantled much of the Syndicate's Shaddaa presence permanently. But here is where the exchange story gets truly strange. The boss of Shaddaa during this era was known to his organization as Goto, and nobody had ever actually seen him in person. He only appeared via hologram to his subordinates. Goto seemed to be a living being, but the holograms were carefully designed to give exactly that impression. The truth was something else entirely. Goto was not even organic. He was a droid. His real designation was Goto. The droid had been remotely leading the entire Shaddaa exchange operation from the shadows for years. And here is the wildest part of the whole story. Goto was actually using the exchange's illegal operations for a completely unexpected purpose. He was trying to stabilize the Galactic Republic. The droid had been programmed somewhere along the way to value Republic stability, and he had concluded that crime was the most effective way to achieve that goal. The exchange's smuggling rings under Goto caused the removal of destabilizing persons and organizations across the galaxy. They developed unofficial profits for entire sectors. They strengthened Republic worlds that the government itself was failing to support. The droid was using crime to prop up the very government that the exchange officially preyed upon. It was a deeply paradoxical relationship between organized crime and legitimate governance, and the whole thing was being run by a hologram nobody knew was a machine. Goto eventually came to travel alongside Meetra Surik herself as one of her companions, and his ultimate fate after that point in history is uncertain. But his impact on the Underworld was significant. He had proven that even a major criminal syndicate could be turned to political purposes by the right kind of mind, or in this case, the right kind of programming. After Davik Kang fell and Surik finished her interventions on Shaddaa, the exchange entered a period of serious disarray. An internal power struggle broke out to claim Kang's old territory. The fight left the Syndicate fractured into competing factions, and the Hutt cartel was watching the whole thing unfold from across the galaxy. The Hutts seized their moment. They moved in and took control over many former exchange operations during this fractured period. That move began a long underworld war between the two syndicates, a war that would shape the criminal politics of the next several centuries. The old exchange eventually ceased to exist due to a combination of internal struggles and external pressure from its enemies. The Hutt cartel was the biggest of those enemies. But the story does not end there. A new exchange rose up to replace the old one, and the war kept rolling on. Around the time of the Galactic Wars and the Cold War that followed, roughly 3,681 years to 3,641 years before Yavin, the rebuilt exchange was based out of Nar Shaddaa once again. The new exchange was engaged in a galaxy-spanning crime war against the Hutt cartel, with each side conducting operations against the other constantly. The local leader on Nar Shaddaa during this era was a figure known as Ukabi. He ran the exchange's operations on the moon at the height of the conflict. But the Imperial side of the Cold War eventually targeted the exchange directly. An Imperial diplomat named Maro Vigen attempted to recruit Ukabi into something called the Shadow Syndicate, a group of crime lords who had allied themselves with the reborn Sith Empire. Ukabi refused the offer outright. That refusal sparked an all-out war between the Shadow Syndicate and the Exchange, and the conflict ultimately ended in Ukabi's removal from power. By 3,643 years before Yavin, the Exchange had become a major rival of the Hutt cartel in nearly every region they both operated in. Although the new exchange was eventually diminished by its long conflict with the Hutts, it had demonstrated something critical about the galactic underworld going forward. The Hutts were not the only major underworld power in the galaxy anymore. Rival syndicates could challenge Hutt supremacy directly, and several of them would over the millennia to come. The exchange had set the pattern for the complex multipolar politics that would define the galactic underworld for the next several thousand years. While the Hutts and the exchange were busy fighting each other across the Outer Rim, a third player was quietly running criminal operations on a scale neither of them could match. The strangest part is that everyone in the galaxy already knew about this third player, and most of them were doing business with it directly. The third player was a company called Czerka. Officially, it was a galaxy-spanning megacorporation. Unofficially, it was one of the most powerful criminal organizations in the entire history of the galactic underworld. And the contradiction between those two identities was actually the whole point of how the company operated. Czerka had several different names over the millennia of its existence. The company had been founded under the name Czerka Mining and Industrial. It would later be called Czerka Arms, Czerka Weapons, and the Czerka Corporation. By the time of the Jedi Civil War, around 3,956 years before Yavin, the corporation was already thousands of years old. Some rumors even claim that Czerka was actually older than the Galactic Republic itself. That kind of longevity is hard to overstate. Princess Fanry of a world called Pijal would later describe Czerka in the simplest possible terms. She said the corporation was nearly as powerful as the Galactic Senate. By the time of the old Sith Wars, the business was at its absolute peak. The company had influence over half the worlds of the galaxy. Czerka was effectively a monopoly across enormous portions of galactic commerce. Here is what made Czerka unique among criminal organizations of its era. The Hutts had their own territory. The exchange had its own enemies and allies. Czerka had every government as a customer. Their clients included the Republic, the Sith Empire, and the Hutt cartel itself. Czerka was the only player in the entire galaxy able to negotiate trade agreements with all sides at the same time. Their corporate slogan was, "Anytime, anywhere, we're there." That phrase ended up being enthusiastically adopted by unscrupulous opportunists across the stars as a kind of mission statement for getting away with anything. Officially, Czerka was a corporation, but the company functioned in many respects like a criminal organization with much better lawyers attached. Their actual methods included slavery, extortion, smuggling, covert operations against rivals, and bribery on a galactic scale. The corporation did all of this to advance corporate interests. But the methods themselves were identical to what the Hutts and the Exchange were doing in the shadows. The Kashyyyk operation was probably the clearest example of Czerka's true nature. Kashyyyk was the home world of the Wookiees, and Czerka had a chokehold on the Wookiee slave trade for centuries. The corporation would take Wookiee warriors from Kashyyyk and sell them as laborers off-world to clients across the galaxy. Slavery was officially illegal in the Republic at this time, but the practice was made possible on Kashyyyk through legal loopholes regarding the planet's location and Czerka's exclusive concession to operate there. The Republic was technically against slavery while also signing the contracts that allowed it to happen on a planetary scale. The Wookiee slave trade was eventually shut down through a revolt instigated by Revan himself in 3,956 years before Yavin. Revan worked alongside his Wookiee companion Zaalbar to help drive Czerka off of Kashyyyk entirely. The corporation tried to conceal the setback by publicly announcing that it was scaling back regional operations. Nobody believed the claim. The losses among Czerka personnel on Kashyyyk led to uncomfortable questions about how exactly so many employees had been reassigned. The corporation refused to answer those questions when anyone pressed for details. The Tatooine operation was a very different kind of mess. Czerka had resurrected an abandoned settlement called Anchorhead to mine what they thought was going to be a gold mine of valuable ore. The project turned out to be a financial disaster instead. The ore corroded much faster than normal ore would, which rendered the material useless for any long-term construction plans. Czerka had poured resources into the wrong dig and could not recover the investment. The Korriban operation was much smaller in scope. Czerka only maintained a small equipment shop on the Sith homeworld, mostly for the use of Sith Academy students and prospective Sith who wanted to arm themselves before they began their training. Even on the homeworld of the Sith, Czerka had managed to plant a foothold. During the Jedi Civil War, the corporation made its biggest political bet of the entire era. Under the leadership of a man named President Pollard Ciario, Czerka allied itself directly with the Sith. The deal was simple. Czerka would supply the Sith Empire's armies with weapons and equipment in exchange for exclusive trade rights on any planet the Sith conquered. The corporation was essentially betting that the Sith would win the war. Their main competition during this same period was a rival company called Aratech Industries, which sold predominantly to the Galactic Republic and the Jedi Order. So, while the war played out on the battlefield, it was also playing out as a corporate rivalry between two arms dealers picking opposite sides. By the time of the Cold War, around 3,641 years before Yavin, Czerka had diversified into nearly every sector imaginable. Their businesses ranged from consumer food products all the way up to military-grade weapons. The company owned multiple star systems outright. Billions of individuals worked for Czerka across the galaxy. The corporation even had its own representative in the Republic Senate itself. The political power of this single business was on a scale that rivaled many small governments. The simple truth about doing business with Czerka was this: whatever you thought about their methods, you could not afford to stop dealing with them. They were too embedded in galactic commerce. Cutting them off meant cutting off entire supply chains that nobody else knew how to rebuild. That kind of size attracted enemies on every front. During this same period, Czerka was the victim of several major attacks from slicers, which was the galactic term for computer hackers. The company started offering rewards to any slicer who could help stop the ongoing security breaches. Then there were the projects that went sideways in spectacular fashion. Czerka had something called Secret Weapons Division 7, which was based in the Dune Sea of Tatooine. The division dug up something they were not even close to prepared to handle. They unearthed an ancient Rakatan mind prison that contained an entity called the Imprisoned One. The entity was a Rakata mind-controlling being, and once it was free of its prison, the Imprisoned One used nanotechnology to turn all of the Czerka employees who had found it into mindless drones. The entire division was lost in a single corporate misadventure that nobody on the outside even fully understood for a long time. Another of Czerka's foolish projects was the creation of an advanced combat droid line called the HK-51. These droids were modeled after the infamous HK-47 that had once served Revan himself. Czerka built a massive shipment of HK-51 units and sold them to the Sith Empire. And then something strange happened. The entire shipment disappeared somewhere over a planet called Belsavis. Nobody ever figured out exactly what happened to those droids. The disappearance became one of the great underworld mysteries of the era and still remains unsolved in galactic records. Czerka was also a sponsor of Huttball, the dangerous Hutt-run sports game. The corporation supplied many of the lethal hazards used in the game itself. That partnership was a perfect symbol of the corporation's symbiotic relationship with the Hutt cartel. Czerka was essentially partnering with the largest crime cartel in the galaxy to entertain audiences with the kind of spectacle the Hutts were famous for putting on, all while maintaining the official appearance of being a legitimate business. Eventually, the Republic had finally had enough of Czerka entirely. In 3,638 years before Yavin, the Republic nationalized the Czerka Corporation and dissolved it as a company outright. That move was a stunning fall for an organization that had once been compared directly to the Senate itself. But Czerka did not stay down for long after the dissolution. The former employees regrouped under a new banner almost immediately. They called themselves Czerka Interstellar. The company eventually took on the name Czerka Arms permanently, and under that name, Czerka would persist for thousands of years afterward. It eventually became the third largest weapons manufacturer in the entire galaxy, surpassed only by Blastech and Mer Son. The galaxy could not stop using Czerka products, no matter what the corporation was officially named at any given moment in history. In the final decades of the Galactic Republic, Czerka was still running strong. The corporation sponsored pod races across the Outer Rim territories. It supplied weapons like the adventurer slug thrower rifle, which would later be used by the famous bounty hunter Aurra Sing. And Czerka continued to make heavy use of slave labor throughout this entire run. The company employed extensive mechanisms to both prevent slaves from escaping their operations and to recapture anyone who managed to flee anyway. That corporate criminal pattern endured for millennia. The real lesson of Czerka was actually one of the most important takeaways in the entire history of the galactic underworld. You did not need a Hutt clan or an exchange syndicate to run organized crime on a galactic scale. You could do it as a publicly registered corporation, complete with a Senate seat and a friendly slogan, as long as you had enough lawyers and enough money to make the right people look the other way. Czerka had figured out how to launder organized crime through the legal system itself. And that single innovation would inspire corporate crime operations across the galactic underworld for the next several thousand years. Across the entire history of the galactic underworld, no group of warriors was ever more feared than the Mandalorians. But what most people forget is that the Mandalorians did not start out as part of the Underworld at all, and the story of how they ended up there spans nearly 7,000 years of slow decline. The Mandalorian Crusaders were the first documented type of Mandalorians in galactic history. The faction was established by a figure known as Mandalore I, sometime after 7,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. According to legend, the Crusaders were first formed on the planet Mandalore itself. Mandalore I had conquered the world by defeating the Mythosaur, which was the great beast that had dominated the planet for ages before his arrival. From that single act of conquest, an entire warrior civilization was born. After taking control of Mandalore, the Mandalorians did not stay home. They ventured out on crusades across the galaxy in the years leading up to the Great Sith War. They gained valuable planets through these conquests, and they earned a fearsome reputation that would echo across the stars for thousands of years afterward. The traditional Crusaders had no written laws, but the few rules that did exist were sacred to their society. Combat for honor and glory was the foundational virtue of the entire culture. The Crusaders believed it was through battle that a Mandalorian proved their worth, gained renown, and made their fortunes. They roamed space looking for war, made conquered worlds their new home as they went, and developed the iconic warrior culture that the galaxy still remembers today. Around 3,997 years before Yavin, the Crusaders made one of their most important moves in their entire history. Led by a new leader called Mandalore the Indomitable, they arrived in the Empress Teta system. They engaged a group called the Krath Teton Smelters, specifically to provoke a fight. The Mandalorians rode into combat on something called Basilisk war droids, which were massive war machines as large as small spacecraft. They destroyed a Krath Teton carbonite smelter in orbit just to draw the Krath into open combat. The plan worked exactly the way they wanted. A Sith Lord named Ulic Qel-Droma, who was associated with the Krath, agreed to duel Mandalore directly on the newly conquered world of Kuar. Qel-Droma won the duel. And here is where everything changed for the Mandalorians forever. The defeat meant that the Brotherhood of the Sith now had command of Mandalore's forces. The Crusaders ended up fighting on Ulic's side throughout the Great Sith War. Their engagements during that conflict included the Battle of Foerost, the fighting on Coruscant, and the final stand on Onderon. For a culture that prided itself on independent honor, the subordination to outside Sith leadership was deeply humiliating. After the Great Sith War ended, a new leader rose up to take command. He was called Mandalore the Ultimate, and he called upon his closest aide, a warrior named Cassus Fett, to help reshape the Mandalorian forces from the ground up. Together, Mandalore the Ultimate and Cassus Fett encouraged a new movement among the veteran Mandalorians. The movement was called the Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders, and it called for the complete re-establishment of the conquering tradition that had once defined the original Crusaders generations earlier. The Neo-Crusader movement arose from real veteran discontent about how the original Crusaders had performed during the Great Sith War. The veterans had a specific complaint about their predecessors. The original Crusaders had been excellent at pillaging and destroying Republic installations during the war, but they had been inefficient at actually exploiting their conquests afterward. They could win battles, but they could not capitalize on the victories. Cassus Fett refined the Neo-Crusaders' organizational strategies for use on a much larger scale than anything the Mandalorians had attempted before. He created a more unified and uniform fighting force than the chaotic original Crusaders had ever been. By the time the wider Mandalorian Wars with the Galactic Republic broke out around 3,976 years before Yavin, Neo-Crusaders were present in every Mandalorian unit. Their presence boosted morale across the ranks and spread new ideals of discipline that the older Crusaders had lacked entirely. The Mandalorians had a particular way of dealing with conquered Republic worlds during this war. When they took a planet, they immediately located potential recruits among the local population. Those recruits were shipped to training centers and taught by existing Neo-Crusaders how to become Neo-Crusaders themselves. The system was self-replicating. The longer the war went on, the more Mandalorians there were to keep fighting in it. The Mandalorians seemed on the verge of complete victory in the Mandalorian Wars. The Republic was outmatched and overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of Mandalorian combat tactics. Worlds were falling one after another. The galaxy looked like it might soon belong to the Mandalorians outright. Then something changed the entire balance of the war. The Jedi Revenchists, a faction led by Revan and his friend Malak, unveiled the true events of what the Mandalorians had done to the Cathar species. The truth was bad enough that hundreds of Jedi defied the Council and followed Revan into the war directly. With those Jedi reinforcements supporting the Republic, the tide began to turn. The darkest moment of the entire Mandalorian war effort happened on a planet called Jebel. Cassus Fett's subordinate, a warrior named Pulsifer, unleashed something called the Rakul Plague at the Jebel base. The plague spread by using a Sith amulet, and it threatened to overwhelm everyone in the area. Cassus Fett's response was extreme. He ordered the entire base on Jebel to be destroyed from orbit using nuclear strikes. That decision ended the immediate threat, but it would forever stain the reputation of the Neo-Crusaders, and it pushed the Mandalorian war effort closer to its final reckoning. The Mandalorian Wars eventually ended with the fall of Mandalore the Ultimate and the Republic's full victory in the conflict. And after the war, something terrible happened to the Mandalorian culture itself. The Neo-Crusaders entered dark times. They were no longer feared as great warriors. They were now just thugs without a cause to fight for. When Revan returned to galactic history during his later quest for the Star Forge, he encountered some of these fallen warriors firsthand. There were Mandalorian raiders operating on Dantooine. Over on Kashyyyk, Mandalorian hunters were preying on the Wookiees themselves. Out in the wider Outer Rim, Mandalorian poachers operated as common bandits across multiple systems. The proud Crusader tradition had collapsed into petty criminal violence. The Mandalorians had effectively become part of the galactic underworld they had once raided as conquerors. After the Jedi Civil War concluded, Revan made one final move regarding the Mandalorians before disappearing. Before leaving for the unknown regions to find the true Sith, he tasked his companion Canderous Ordo with reuniting the scattered Mandalorian clans. Canderous took the assignment seriously. He traveled to the moon of Duxon and recovered Mandalore's mask, which had been lost ever since the Battle of Malachor V. Wearing the mask, he declared himself the new Mandalore and began the long work of reuniting the clans under the Ordo banner. But the unification did not stick the way Canderous probably hoped it would. Over the centuries and millennia that followed, the Mandalorians remained largely scattered across the galaxy. They periodically rallied behind a new Mandalore whenever one emerged from their ranks. But the larger culture was slowly transitioning away from open conquest. They were moving towards something completely different from anything they had been before. Their new path forward would be mercenary work. after a conflict called the Mandalorian-Ithurlan War nearly drove the Ithurlan species to extinction. A growing demand for major cultural reforms emerged among the Mandalorians themselves. The warrior culture they had built over thousands of years was becoming something darker than even they wanted to be associated with. Many Mandalorians believed the time had finally come to change. Over a century later, the warrior Jaster Mereel would finally implement those long-demanded reforms. Mereel became Mandalore and pushed through the most significant cultural shift in Mandalorian history since the original Crusades. In 60 years before Yavin, Mandalore Jaster Mereel issued his Super Commando Codex. The Codex was a code of ethics designed to reform Mandalorian culture from brutal conquerors into honorable mercenaries. Mereel laid out the new rules clearly for his people. The Mandalorians who still wished to fight should act as highly paid soldiers and conduct themselves as honorable mercenaries above all else. The code told them to protect the strong, fight for pay, and avoid targeting civilians under any circumstance. The new code was meant to give the Mandalorians a real place in the modern galaxy, a way to stay true to their warrior heritage while also stepping away from the brutal conquest model that had defined them for 7,000 years. The reforms split the Mandalorian people in half. Those who supported Jaster's reforms became known as the true Mandalorians. They embraced the new mercenary identity wholeheartedly. They saw professional contract work as the future of the entire culture. But not everybody agreed with the changes coming from the top. Those who opposed the reforms clung to the old conquering tradition instead. They wanted to keep doing things the way the original Crusaders had done them for 7,000 years. And those Mandalorians would soon split off into a much darker faction. That faction was called Death Watch. And the Mandalorian civil war that followed would shape the entire galactic underworld for the next 60 years of history. By the end of this long arc from 7,000 years before Yavin all the way to 60 years before Yavin, the Mandalorians had completed their full transformation as a people. They had started as a proud warrior culture, conquering whole star systems. Then they had become subordinate Sith allies during the Great Sith War. The Republic had beaten them down during the Mandalorian Wars. They had collapsed into bandits and raiders. New leadership had brought them back together for a time under Canderous Ordo. And finally, they had reformed themselves into one of the most fearsome mercenary forces in the entire galactic underworld. The era of the Crusaders was gone forever. The mercenary era of Mandalorian history had only just begun. The longest-running crime syndicate in galactic history did not start with a grand plan or a powerful family behind it. It started with a riot on Coruscant, and the gangsters who showed up to take advantage of that riot would not stop operating for the next 3,500 years. The story begins in 3,653 years before the Battle of Yavin. That year, the resurgent Sith Empire attacked Coruscant directly in an event remembered as the sacking of Coruscant. The capital city of the entire galaxy was devastated by the assault. Galactic City fell into complete chaos almost immediately. Rioting broke out across the levels. The Coruscant Security Force, which was the local police organization, had already been stretched thin from the wider war effort. They were completely overwhelmed by the violence that followed the Sith attack. That chaos created an opportunity unlike anything seen before. Several prominent gangsters who had been operating independently in the lower levels of Coruscant saw their moment and took it. They joined forces for the first time. They began seizing control of entire neighborhoods while the police were too overwhelmed to respond to anything. The gangsters consolidated their territory faster than anyone in the city above could even track what was happening. With this consolidation came a phrase that the residents of the lower levels coined as a kind of dark joke. They said better a black sun than none at all. The phrase was a reference to the lighting situation in the deeper levels of Coruscant, where light came only from artificial sources in the first place. And just like that, the Black Sun Crime Syndicate had its name. Black Sun quickly carved out a permanent territory for itself in the lower levels. They developed spice trafficking operations across the Coruscant underworld. They moved weapons through their growing networks. They began consolidating influence in any direction they could push it. Their advance to claim even more sectors was eventually halted by a group called the Justicar's Brigade. But within the territory Black Sun already controlled, the rioting and the looting never stopped. The Syndicate had effectively created a permanent state of low-level chaos that worked entirely in its own favor. In the years of the Cold War that followed between the Republic and the Sith Empire, Black Sun's influence began to stretch far beyond Coruscant itself. The gang grew into a true galactic criminal syndicate, operating in virtually every sector of the known galaxy. What had started as a few gangsters in a riot was now a multi-sector criminal operation with serious reach. Here is what really separated Black Sun from other crime syndicates in galactic history. The organization existed in some form or another for centuries on end. It was one of the longest-lasting criminal organizations in the entire galaxy. Black Sun was created more than 3,600 years before the Battle of Yavin, and it persisted all the way into the New Republic era thousands of years later. That works out to over 3.5 millennia of continuous criminal operation across multiple galactic governments. The Syndicate became synonymous with the deepest forms of corruption and influence in nearly every governmental body across the galaxy. Black Sun was infamous for several criminal specialties at once. They handled bribery on a massive scale and ran extortion operations at all levels of society. The Syndicate also ran piracy operations across major trade lanes, and their smuggling networks moved contraband through hundreds of systems. Their information-gathering networks rivaled most official spy organizations that were operating openly in the galaxy, and their military forces were exceptional. The Syndicate could field an army large enough to defend an entire planet, which gave them serious leverage in negotiations with actual governments. The internal structure of Black Sun itself was tight and clear. The Syndicate was controlled by a single supreme leader known as the Underlord. Below the Underlord sat exactly 9 lieutenants who were called Vigos. The word Vigo came from Old Tionese and literally meant nephew. Each Vigo ruled over their own territory and their own sector of the galaxy. Each one was directly answerable to the Underlord, who held the supreme authority over all Black Sun operations across every sector. But that hierarchy was not exactly stable from the inside. Throughout Black Sun's long history, the leadership of the Syndicate changed hands many different times. The succession rarely happened peacefully either. Most transitions came through internal removals, through betrayal, or through open war within the Syndicate itself. The Underlord seat was one of the most dangerous chairs in the entire galaxy to occupy. By the year 32 before Yavin, just before the Battle of Naboo, Black Sun was being run by an Underlord named Alexei Garin. Garin was an experienced leader who had been in the game for years. He controlled an enormous network of operations that stretched across many planets. But Garen's reign came to a sudden end. He was taken out by Darth Maul on the direct orders of Darth Sidious himself. Maul did not just remove Garen from power. He carried out a ruthless takedown of the entire Black Sun Leadership Council in a single coordinated operation. The Sith effort was designed specifically to destabilize the Syndicate from within, and it worked at least temporarily. After Garen fell, Black Sun went through a series of leadership changes that played out over years. During the Clone Wars that began in 22 years before Yavin, the organization was being led by a council of Falleen nobles operating from a base on the volcanic world of Mustafar. That same Mustafar would later become famously associated with Darth Vader himself, but at this point in history it was a Black Sun stronghold. The Syndicate actually thrived during the Clone Wars. The reason was simple enough. The Jedi were focused entirely on the war effort against the Separatists. Law enforcement across the galaxy had been deprioritized to free up resources for the war. Major Black Sun operations continued through the entire conflict without much serious interference from the usual police forces. Towards the end of the Clone Wars, the Black Sun leader Zaiton Morj made a power play. He proposed merging Black Sun with the Pyke Syndicate, which was the criminal organization that specialized in distributing illegal narcotics across the galaxy. The Pyke leader at the time was a figure named Marg Krim, and Krim flat out rejected Moj's merger demands. Moj did not take the rejection well at all. He retaliated by kidnapping Krim's entire family in order to force the Pyke leader to change his mind. Krim refused to be intimidated by the move. He hired 2 independent bounty hunters to handle the rescue. The first hunter was the former Sith apprentice Asajj Ventress. The second was an undercover Jedi master named Quinlan Vos. Together, Ventress and Vos raided the Black Sun fortress on Mustafar and successfully rescued Krim's family. During the mission, Moj and his Falleen guards were assaulted by the rescuers directly. Black Sun retaliated against the Pyke Syndicate by sending a fleet to attack the Pyke stronghold on the planet Obadiah. The strike demonstrated that the Syndicate's military might was no joke. Black Sun was not just a network of street gangs at this point. It was a force capable of fleet operations on a galactic scale. During this same Clone Wars era, a renegade Sith Lord named Maul resurfaced and began building a criminal coalition of his own. He called it the Shadow Collective. Maul manipulated the leaders of Black Sun directly into joining the coalition. But when negotiations between Maul and Black Sun eventually broke down, Maul's forces attacked Black Sun directly. The attack took out many Falleen leaders. The survivors were forced to swear loyalty to the Shadow Collective on threat of further losses. Black Sun, alongside the Pyke Syndicate, eventually severed all ties with Maul's Shadow Collective. The break came after the collective was defeated by the Confederacy of Independent Systems in a separate confrontation. The lesson for the syndicates was a simple one. Financial ruin trumped intimidation in the long run. Once Maul's coalition could no longer pay them or protect them, the major Underworld players walked away from the arrangement. Following the Clone Wars and the rise of the Galactic Empire, Black Sun adapted to the new economic reality almost immediately. The Syndicate acquired Pistoeka sabotage droids and put them to work in chop shops on Shaddaa, the smuggler's moon we covered in earlier sections. The droids gave Black Sun a competitive edge in the new market for stolen vehicles and parts that the Imperial economy created across the Underworld. During the early days of the Galactic Empire itself, Black Sun was being led by a figure named Dal Perhi. But Dal Perhi's hold on power was tenuous from the very start. He was not the strongest leader the Syndicate had ever produced, and there were ambitious figures already rising through the ranks beneath him. One of those rising figures was a Black Sun Vigo named Shizor. Prince Shizor of House Sijran was a Faline noble by birth. He had climbed through the ranks of Black Sun throughout the late Republic and the early Imperial eras. He had leveraged his natural cunning and his powerful connections to navigate the criminal underworld at the highest levels. And eventually, Shizor would usurp Dal Perhi's position and take command of Black Sun himself. Under Shizor's leadership, Black Sun would reach the absolute height of its power and prestige in the entire history of the Syndicate. Shizor became so powerful that some courtiers on Coruscant considered him to be surpassed in galactic influence by only two people in existence. Emperor Palpatine was one. Darth Vader was the other. A crime lord who had risen from a Coruscant riot 3.5 millennia after the Syndicate's birth was now sitting in the third most powerful position in the entire galaxy. We will be coming back to Shizor in detail in a later section because his story deserves its own treatment. But here is what mattered about Black Sun overall as a piece of Underworld history. The Syndicate had proven something that nobody else in the galactic underworld had managed to prove before. A crime organization born out of pure chaos could survive multiple galactic governments back to back. It outlasted the Sith Empire that had birthed it. The Republic that followed never managed to shut it down. Major operations continued straight through the Clone Wars. When the Galactic Empire rose, Black Sun adapted to the new regime, and the Syndicate persisted into the New Republic era long after the Empire itself had fallen. Black Sun was the longest test case the galactic underworld ever produced for what a criminal syndicate could become if it just kept showing up for 3,500 years. There was one commodity in the galaxy that every major crime syndicate needed access to in order to stay in business. And one single species had figured out how to control the entire supply of it. The species was called the Pykes. The commodity was called spice. And the Pykes had built one of the most efficient criminal monopolies in the entire history of the galactic underworld around this single product. The Pykes were a humanoid species native to a terrestrial planet called Oba Dia. They were physically distinctive in ways that set them apart from most other humanoid sentients in the galaxy. Pykes were generally slimmer and taller than most humans. They had 2 long, lanky legs and arms that ended in hands with 3, 4, or 5 fingers, depending on the individual. The species actually came in 2 distinct physiological groups. One group was characterized by oversized craniums with undersized faces underneath. Members of the other group had more humanoid proportions, but with piscine features that made them look somewhat fish-like. Their homeworld of Obadiah was a terrestrial planet marked by obsidian terrain across its entire surface. Visitors who arrived on the world viewed it as both physically and socially unwelcoming. That harsh character made Obadiah perfectly suited as a syndicate stronghold. Nobody came to Obadiah by accident, and nobody stayed if they were not supposed to be there in the first place. The Pyke Syndicate operated from this homeworld in the deep criminal underground of the galaxy. And here is what made them fundamentally different from other major syndicates. The Pykes almost completely controlled the production of raw spice across the entire galaxy. Spice was the most powerful narcotic that existed anywhere in the known systems. Whoever controlled the spice supply effectively controlled a piece of every other major crime operation that depended on the drug to function. The actual harvesting of spice did not happen on Obadiah itself. It happened on a different planet called Kessel, which was located close to the Pyke homeworld. Kessel had spice mines deep below its surface, and those mines were the source of the entire galactic supply. The mines were worked by slaves who had been brought to the planet specifically for the labor. And the conditions on Kessel were not survivable for most species without serious protective gear. The Pykes themselves who worked on Kessel had to wear special breath masks just to function in the planet's atmosphere. They also wore lead-lined clothing to protect themselves from the radiation that was constantly present in the air. Without that gear, even the Pykes themselves could not have operated the mines for very long. To deliver spice from Kessel to their customers across the galaxy, the Pyke Syndicate relied on a network of independent smugglers and freighter captains. These operators were the only people willing and able to handle what the galaxy called the Kessel Run. The Kessel Run was a notoriously dangerous shipping route that went straight through the nebula and gravity wells surrounding the planet. Only the best pilots in the entire Underworld could complete the run successfully and deliver the spice to its final destinations. Many of those destinations were on Coruscant, where the most influential crime families on the capital planet were waiting to receive each new shipment. The Pyke military was just as serious as their distribution network. Their basic infantry, known as Pyke Syndicate foot soldiers, were typically equipped with CC-420 pistols or larger blaster rifles, like the T-21 Light repeating blaster. Above the foot soldiers sat the Pyke Sentinels, who were the elite guards of the Syndicate. The Sentinels carried specialized weapons like a 300 blaster rifles and electrostaves. They were the ones responsible for controlling slave operations and intimidating any rival syndicates that might try to interfere with Pyke business. The Syndicate also owned a large fleet of Pyke patrol ships and freighters. These vessels transported Pyke enforcers and Pyke goods around the galactic underworld on a continuous basis. The Pykes had built themselves a complete logistics operation that ran independent of any other power in the stars. The leadership of the Pyke Syndicate changed hands across different eras of galactic history. During the Clone Wars period, the Syndicate was being led by a figure named Lom Pyke. Later, during the early years of the Galactic Empire, the leader was Marg Krim. Both of these figures were major players in the spice trade and would shape the Syndicate's relationships with other galactic powers throughout their time in command. Now here is where the Pyke story gets pulled into one of the most important secret events of the entire prequel era. Around the time of the invasion of Naboo, which happened roughly 32 years before the Battle of Yavin, the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic at the time was a man named Finis Valorum. Valorum had a problem on his hands. There was an internal dispute brewing within the Pyke Syndicate, and it threatened to create a full-scale gang war on Coruscant itself. So Valorum sent a Jedi Master named Sifo-Dyas, along with his own personal aide Silman, to Obadiah on a secret diplomatic mission to settle the dispute before it could spill over into the capital. The Pyke spice operations were considered a major component of something much larger called the Sansana Spice Cartel, which dominated the galactic narcotic trade. The cartel was so significant that the Chancellor of the Republic himself was personally trying to manage Pyke politics through back channels. Former Chancellor Valorum would later explain the situation directly to Master Yoda during the Clone Wars. He said that the Pykes' criminal activities allowed them to almost completely control the production of raw spice, which was used to create a powerful drug. The Sifo-Dyas mission did not go as planned at all. Valorum had sent the Jedi Master to stabilize the Pyke Underworld war without the knowledge of the Jedi Council. It was a desperate, secret diplomatic effort by the Chancellor himself. But shortly after arriving on Obadiah, Sifo-Dyas and Silman were diverted to Felucia by the Jedi High Council before they could complete their work with the Pykes. The Jedi Council had different orders for them. What happened next would change galactic history forever. Sifo-Dyas was ultimately ended on Felucia by Darth Tyrannus, which was the Sith name of Count Dooku. Dooku was working with the Pykes at the time of the encounter. He was using them specifically to hide his real role in commissioning the clone army that the galaxy would eventually march to war with. The Pykes were essentially used as a smokescreen for one of the biggest Sith conspiracies in the entire galaxy. Later, during the Clone Wars, the Pyke Syndicate would prove valuable to another Sith figure. The renegade Sith Lord Maul recruited the Pykes into his criminal coalition, which was called the Shadow Collective. Lom Pyke himself joined the collective at this point, and the Pykes proved especially useful in Maul's takeover of the new Mandalorian capital city of Sundari on Mandalore. The Pyke involvement in that takeover gave Maul the foothold he needed to control the Mandalorian sector for a period of time. Around the same Clone Wars era, the Pykes were involved in another incident that became famous in Underworld history. A major domo named Kinash Locke, who acted in the name of King Yaruba of the Yaruba family of Kessel, negotiated a deal with a young smuggler named Rafa Martez. The deal was for Rafa to deliver a shipment of spice to the Pyke Syndicate on Obadiah. Rafa agreed to handle the run. She loaded the spice onto her sister Trace's ship, a Nebula-class freighter called the Silver Angel. Along for the trip was Trace's friend Ahsoka Tano, who was secretly a former Jedi at this point in her life. The three of them set off for Obadiah with the spice in tow. But the run went sideways. There was a confrontation along the route, and Trace became convinced that the Pyke Syndicate was going to take her ship from her once they arrived on Obadiah. So she made a desperate choice in the moment. She dumped the entire spice shipment to deny it to the Pykes. That decision saved her ship from being seized, but it left the Martez sisters with an enormous debt to the Syndicate that would haunt them for a long time afterward. The Pyke business kept expanding regardless of these various incidents. During the Clone Wars, the Pykes became the galaxy's preeminent spice dealers. They gained full control of mining operations on Kessel and funneled illicit substances to Coruscant's most influential crime families on a continuous basis. Their stronghold remained Obadiah, but they had a powerful presence on nearby Kessel as well. Pyke sentinels kept close watch on the miners who had been sentenced to extract spice and coaxium from Kessel. The sentinels also watched over the smugglers who had been hired to ferry these valuable cargoes to off-world purification plants and refineries. Nothing was supposed to be stolen in transit, and the sentinels were there to make sure of it. Even after the Clone Wars ended and the Galactic Empire rose to power, the Pyke operations continued at full scale across the galaxy. The Pykes maintained large-scale spice mining at the Kessel mines throughout the Imperial era. They worked their slaves under brutal conditions and held their stranglehold on the galactic narcotic supply tight. The Empire did not interfere with the operation in any meaningful way because the spice trade kept too much of the galactic economy moving. Around 10 years before Yavin, the Pyke's Kessel operations had grown to an enormous scale. They had entered into a formal contract with King Yaruba, who had made available a large part of Kessel exclusively for Pyke spice production. The Pykes now guarded their mining and refining operations with mercenaries equipped with the same A300 rifles their Sentinels used, along with the special radiation-resistant equipment needed for the Kessel atmosphere. The setup was designed to counteract attempts to steal their goods and rival Syndicate attacks that occasionally came their way. By the time of the late Clone Wars and the early Imperial era, the Pyke Syndicate was officially counted among the most powerful crime syndicates in the entire galaxy. They were eventually classified as one of the 5 syndicates, alongside Black Sun, Crimson Dawn, the Crymora, and the Hutt clan. The 5 syndicates were essentially the controlling powers of the entire galactic underworld during this period of history. And here is what made the Pykes essential to all the other major players. Total control of spice, which was the most lucrative drug in the galaxy, made the Pyke Syndicate essential partners to nearly all the other crime syndicates that operated anywhere in the stars. You could not run a major underworld operation in any sector without doing business with the Pykes at some point along the way. That single fact ensured their longevity through every change in galactic government. The Pykes did not need to fight for power within the galactic underworld. They just needed to keep mining Kessel. Every crime syndicate we have covered so far needed one specific kind of professional to do their dirtiest work for them. That professional was the bounty hunter. And in the final centuries of the Old Republic, the bounty hunters finally decided to organize themselves. The organization they created was called the Bounty Hunters Guild. It was formed during the last days of the Old Republic, and its job was to regulate the entire profession of bounty hunting across the galaxy. Before the guild existed, bounty hunting had been a chaotic free-for-all. Hunters would steal each other's targets. They would interfere with each other's contracts. They would even take each other out over disputes that should have been settled with words. The guild was designed to bring order to all of that mess. The way the guild functioned was essentially as a quasi-trade association for galactic hunters. It set the rules for how bounties could be claimed by an active hunter. It resolved disputes between hunters who were going after the same target. It also managed how the profession interacted with planetary authorities and with the Republic government itself. For the first time in galactic history, bounty hunters had something resembling a professional standard to live by. Bounties posted through the guild offered some of the most lucrative work available in the galactic underworld. The guild regulated a wide variety of targets. Their bounties covered criminals on the run from local authorities. They covered common thieves and worse. They also covered rival bounty hunters who had broken the rules of the profession itself. A hunter who crossed the wrong people could find themselves on the receiving end of a guild bounty very quickly. Leadership within the guild was actually decided through elections, which made it unusual for any kind of underworld organization. High-level communications between candidates and members were a regular part of the process. Holographic advertisements were sent out by candidates to other guild members in the lead-up to votes. The entire system operated more like a working professional association than like a typical criminal enterprise. By the time of the Separatist crisis at the end of the Republic era, the guild had a new head in charge. The new guild master was a Trandoshan named Kradosk. We actually mentioned Kradosk briefly back in our Shaddaa section, where he made his home on the Smuggler's Moon during the Old Republic period. By the time of the Clone Wars era, he had risen all the way to the top of the entire Bounty Hunters Guild. He was vicious. He was aging by this point in his career, and he was now the one calling the shots for hunters across the entire galaxy. But Kradosk's story does not stop with his rise to power. The most interesting part of his career was actually his family situation. Kradosk had a son, also a Trandoshan, also a bounty hunter named Bosk, and the rivalry between father and son would shape guild politics for years to come. Bosk's name meant devours his prey in the Trandoshan language, which is called Dosh. The name was earned legitimately according to Trandoshan tradition. After hatching from his egg, Bosk allegedly devoured each of his unhatched siblings still in their eggs. The act made his father Kradosk extraordinarily proud of him. In reality, one of his sisters, named Doshanalawuk, actually survived the hatching event. But the legend of Bosk eating his siblings became part of Trandoshan bounty hunting lore regardless. From his father, Bosk also learned the practical skills of his future trade. He learned how to boost and steal a landspeeder. He inherited the long-standing Trandoshan hatred for the Wookiees of Kashyyyk. By the time Bosk reached maturity, he followed straight in his father's footsteps and became a hunter himself. Bosk would eventually surpass Kradosk in galactic reputation, which created serious tension between the two of them. Before the First Battle of Geonosis, the Geonosian foreman Wat Tambor hired Kradosk and his 29-year-old son Bosk for a particular job. The target list included Senator Rod, Grudo the Hutt, and a figure named Herlo Holowan. The hunt led the father and son team from the planet Vontor all the way to Esseles. But they were beaten to the prize by a different hunter entirely. That hunter was Jango Fett. Jango delivered the criminals alive to Darth Tyrannus, which was the Sith name of Count Dooku. Tyrannus wanted them captured alive specifically for his own purposes. The whole incident established Jango Fett's superiority over the regular guild hunters in a single embarrassing public moment for the guild leadership. When a Jedi named Reeft accidentally took out a guild hunter named Tosinkas while both of them were pursuing the same quarry, Kradosk issued a stern rebuke directly to the Jedi Order itself. He said the death of a licensed hunter was unacceptable. That message sent a clear signal across the galaxy. The guild was a real institution now, and it expected to be respected by the highest powers in the Republic, including the Jedi themselves. Jango Fett, for his part, never joined the guild despite repeated attempts by Kradosk to recruit him into the organization. Jango explained his refusal to his clone son Boba in personal terms. He said he did not like social groups. He did not like what he called self-congratulating brackets. Jango preferred to work alone, and his independence ended up being a defining trait that Boba would inherit from him in turn. The Bounty Hunter Code itself dictated some specific professional standards for any hunter who operated under the guild's banner. The basic rules were straightforward enough. No taking out fellow hunters. No stealing bounties that had already been claimed by another hunter. And there were certain rules of honor that separated professional hunters from common thugs in the Underworld. The code was meant to keep the profession respectable, even when the work itself was deeply ugly. Several famous bounty hunters of this era operated outside the guild's full embrace. They valued their independence above any professional camaraderie. The list of these independent operators included Jango Fett himself, plus two other major names. The first was Cad Bane, a Duros bounty hunter from the planet Duro. Bane would become one of the most infamous hunters of the entire Clone Wars era. He was known across the galaxy for his cold, methodical approach and his trademark wide-brimmed hat. The second was Aura Singh, a former Jedi Padawan turned ruthless bounty hunter. Singh was particularly notorious for her hunting of Jedi during the Clone Wars period. She also took on the personal mentorship of a young Boba Fett, which would shape the next generation of independent hunters in the galaxy. The Trandoshan species had a particularly strong connection to bounty hunting overall. The species dominated the guild for decades through figures like Bossk and his father Kradosk. Bossk himself was the pilot of a famous ship called the Hound's Tooth. He held the title of Monarch of the Corteil system in addition to his hunting career. By the time of the Imperial era, he would become one of the most recognized bounty hunters in the entire galaxy. The guild operated openly during the Republic era. It had offices on multiple worlds across the stars. It maintained clear connections to Republic law enforcement, which made it a strange kind of legal-criminal hybrid. The guild was technically legitimate, but its members were doing work that bridged the legal and the criminal worlds constantly. After the rise of the Galactic Empire, the guild itself actually survived the transition. Kradosk continued to lead the organization. The guild acted as a formal allied holding to the new imperial regime. According to a document called the Imperial Handbook, a commander's guide, the reason for this working relationship was very simple. The bounty hunters themselves believed that the highest bid makes the rules. As long as the Empire was paying well, the guild was willing to serve. That relationship came with real benefits for both sides. The guild was allowed to issue something called Imperial Peacekeeping Certificates to its bounty hunters. Those certificates granted hunters access to the Imperial Enforcement Data Core, which was a treasure trove of intelligence on targets across the galaxy. For any hunter looking to do their job efficiently, the Data Core access alone made the Imperial Alliance worth maintaining. Several famous hunters were guild members during the Imperial era and took jobs directly for the Empire. The list included Dengar, Boba Fett, and Bossk. But Boba Fett's commitment to the guild was always thin at best. He had inherited his father Jango's distaste for organizations, and he often acted on his own terms regardless of what the guild expected from him. The Rebel Alliance noticed the guild's growing power during this period. The rebel agent Cassian Andor once reported to his superior, an officer named Davik Draven, about the situation. Andor said that sentiment was trending negative toward the rebellion as the Empire increased its use of guild services. He noted that Kradosk was making a fortune off the new arrangement. The guild had become so embedded in Imperial operations that it was actively damaging the rebellion's reputation across the galaxy. The Bounty Hunter Code was strictly enforced when it was followed at all. Bounties were considered sacred under the code. Professional standards mattered for any hunter who wanted to keep working. The betrayal or removal of a fellow hunter could result in being blacklisted from the entire profession permanently. But the code was not always honored in practice. Hunters like Boba Fett often acted independently and even violated guild rules when it suited their interests. The code was strongest when the guild leadership was strong. When the leadership weakened, the code weakened along with it. The code, the guild, and the loose freelance network surrounding both of them shaped the professional galactic underworld for generations. The guild provided the structure that organized galactic crime needed to function alongside corporate and Hutt interests in a coordinated way. Without the guild and its code, bounty hunting would have stayed a chaotic free for all forever. With them, the profession became one of the most reliable services in the entire criminal economy. By the time of the Clone Wars and beyond, the Bounty Hunters Guild was an entrenched institution within the galactic underworld. It was a stable piece of criminal infrastructure that had survived the rise and fall of multiple governments. And here is the ironic part about how the guild's story would eventually end. The institution was not brought low by the Republic. It was not brought low by the Empire. It was not brought low by the Jedi Order or by any rival syndicate. It was eventually broken by one of its own most famous members. That member was Boba Fett himself. And the way Boba would dismantle the guild from the inside would become one of the most defining stories in the later history of the entire galactic underworld. This is the story of how one of the most famous bounty hunters in the entire galaxy first picked up a weapon. And the entire arc began on a quiet farm, with a young boy who had absolutely no idea what was about to happen to his family. Back in Chapter 9, we covered how the Mandalorian culture had fractured in 60 years before the Battle of Yavin. The reforming faction, the true Mandalorians, supported Jaster Mereel's Super Commando Codex. The traditional faction, called Death Watch, opposed everything Mereel was trying to build. Let's pick that up right now. Jaster Mereel himself was a male human who had been born on an agricultural world called Concord Dawn. He had risen through the Mandalorian ranks over many years to eventually become Mandalore of his entire people. Mereel had a clear vision for the future of his culture. He asserted that the Mandalorians who still wished to fight should act as highly paid soldiers and conduct themselves as honorable mercenaries. He wanted to restrain the warrior culture's worst excesses without losing the warrior identity entirely. The reforms had actually been demanded by Mandalorians themselves for generations leading up to this point. Ever since the Mandalorian-Ithulan War had nearly ended the Ithulan species over a century earlier, large portions of Mandalorian society had wanted to step away from full-scale genocide as a way of doing business. Mereel was finally the leader who took action on what so many had been quietly asking for. He laid out his vision in the document we now call the Super Commando Codex. But not every Mandalorian agreed with the new direction. Many warriors believed the old conquering tradition should continue undiluted, exactly as it had been practiced for thousands of years. Their opposition was real, and it was led by a particularly dangerous figure named Tor Vizsla. Vizsla represented the most brutal possible reaction to the reforms. He wanted a return to savagery. He wanted to instigate another galactic war of conquest. He saw Mereel's codex as a fundamental betrayal of true Mandalorian identity itself. Tor Vizsla's followers were skilled warriors, but they were also undisciplined in a way the true Mandalorians were not. They rallied around Vizsla as their leader and formed a splinter group with its own name and identity. They called themselves Death Watch. In the Mandalorian language Mando'a, the name was Kirtsad. Their entire purpose was the overthrow of Mereel's reforms by any means necessary. The Super Commandos who remained loyal to Mereel recast themselves with their own new identity. They became the true Mandalorians. The split between true Mandalorians and Death Watch was the central schism of late Mandalorian history. While Death Watch's goals were directly opposite to those of the pacifist New Mandalorians, a separate faction we will cover in a future section, the Death Watch could not support the true Mandalorians either. The three factions were locked in a three-way standoff that would shape the galactic underworld for the next several decades. Now we come to the day everything changed on Concord Dawn. The Death Watch had been tracking the true Mandalorians for some time. They caught up with their enemies at a farmstead on Concord Dawn that belonged to a family who had been sheltering Mereel's troops. The farm was peaceful. The harvest was being worked. There was no reason for anyone to expect violence on that particular day. A young boy was working on his family's harvester when the Death Watch soldiers arrived. The boy's name was Jango Fett. He was just a kid at that moment, doing the kind of farm chores any kid would do. The Death Watch soldiers took him captive immediately. They demanded that he lead them back to his family's home, where his father was harboring Mereel's troops out of sight. Jango had no real choice in the matter. He led them. What happened at the home was the kind of event that would shape a person for life. Tor Vizsla himself was on the scene. He savagely beat Jango's father in front of the boy. He demanded the location of the hidden Mandalorians. He threatened to shoot Jango's father in the head right there in front of his son. That was when Jango's mother intervened. She picked up a blaster rifle and took down one of the Death Watch soldiers on the spot. The whole situation exploded into chaos. In the middle of the confusion, Jango's father gave his son one last order. He told the boy to run into the crop field and disappear. Jango ran. The true Mandalorians were close by. As Jango fled into the fields, Jaster Mereel and his soldiers swept into the farmstead from another angle. They engaged the Death Watch directly. Jango himself was rescued by Mereel's intervention in those final moments. But the rescue came too late for the rest of his family. His parents were taken from him during the fight. His sister Arla was captured alive by the Death Watch and dragged away. As Jango and Mereel's surviving forces escaped into the crop fields, Tor Vizsla gave one final brutal order. He commanded the crops to be burned to the ground. He was hoping that Mereel and the true Mandalorians inside the field would be ended by the flames he was setting. The fire spread fast, but Mereel's people knew the terrain better than Death Watch did, and they made it out alive on the other side. The Death Watch then made the mistake that would cost them everything. Believing they had won the engagement at the farm, they moved into a nearby town to celebrate. They were planning a raid for entertainment before continuing on with their larger campaign. They let their guard down for the first time all day. That was when Mereel's true Mandalorians ambushed them in the town. The strike caught the Death Watch completely off guard. Nearly all of the Death Watch soldiers in the town fell to blaster fire from the true Mandalorians, or in the bombing of their own tank as the ambush escalated. And Jango Fett, the young boy who had been forced to lead the Death Watch to his own family's home that morning, personally took down the Death Watch soldier responsible for what had happened to his parents. The kid had become a fighter in a single day. But Vizsla himself managed to slip out of the ambush. He escaped with his life intact, and he went underground to rebuild his forces in the shadows. Jango Fett, with his family gone and his sister still missing, made a choice that would define the rest of his life. He joined the true Mandalorians as a child soldier. Jaster Mereel formally adopted him as his own son. The boy from the farm now had a new father, a new family, and a new purpose. Jango Fett would serve as a squad commander under Mereel for the next several years of his life. He trained constantly. He learned the Mandalorian way of fighting and the Mandalorian way of living. Mereel raised him personally as a future leader. By every measure, Jango was being shaped into the next generation of true Mandalorian command. 6 years after the events on Concord Dawn, by approximately 52 years before Yavin, Jaster Mereel had reason to believe that Death Watch was finished as a serious threat. There had been no major activity from Vizsla's people in years. The intelligence reports suggested that the Splinter faction had collapsed. With Death Watch apparently gone, Mereel turned his attention back to mercenary contracts as the true Mandalorian's primary line of work. It was in this mercenary capacity that the true Mandalorians traveled to a planet called Corda 6. They had been contracted by something called the Corda Defense Force. The job was simple on paper. They needed to extract a rookie security team that had been pinned down under fire. Cordon intelligence had suggested that the resistance on the planet was minimal. The natives were said to have no formal army and only poor weapons. The intelligence was wrong. The entire operation was a setup. On Corda 6, the Death Watch had been waiting in ambush positions for the true Mandalorians to arrive. Vizsla had not been destroyed at all. He had spent the last 6 years rebuilding his forces in secret, biding his time, and waiting for exactly the right moment to strike back at Mereel. When the true Mandalorians landed on Corda 6, Vizsla sprang the trap. Jaster Mereel and his second-in-command Montross came under direct fire from Tor Vizsla himself. Vizsla still bore the scars on his face from their previous encounter at Conquered Dawn 6 years earlier. He had been waiting a long time for this moment. He rained down attacks from his 4-wheeled tank on Montross and the injured Mereel below. And then Montross did something nobody expected. He fled the engagement. He left Mereel behind. Jaster Mereel was finished by Vizsla on Corda 6. He had been betrayed by his own second-in-command at the moment of greatest need. The Mandalore of all Mandalorians had been left behind to be taken by his oldest enemy. That betrayal became one of the great moments of treachery in all of Mandalorian history. But Jango Fett was not going down with his adopted father. Jango was now a fully fledged Mandalorian warrior, having trained under Mereel for years. He fought back dozens of Death Watch soldiers alongside the surviving true Mandalorians under his command. The teenage boy who had run through a crop field on Conquered Dawn was now a hardened soldier holding the line against the same enemy that had taken his original family from him. Jango carried Mereel's body personally back to the Mandalorians' landing zone after the fight ended. And once they were safe, Montross was exposed as the traitor he had been on the battlefield. The surviving true Mandalorians wanted answers, and Jango Fett delivered them. As the new senior commander on the scene, Jango succeeded his adoptive father directly. He took the title of Mandalore for himself, even at his young age. Montross was banished and exiled from the Mandalorians for his betrayal. He went on to become a brutal, independent bounty hunter in the years that followed, joining the same kind of professional ranks we covered in our last section on the Guild. His path forward would eventually cross with Jango's again, and that meeting would have its own brutal conclusion in the Underworld of the late Republic. Jango Fett, having taken the title of Mandalore at a remarkably young age, would lead the true Mandalorians for the next several years of his life. His agenda had 2 parts to it. The first was to keep accepting the mercenary contracts that paid his people's bills. The second was to hunt Death Watch across the entire galaxy, hoping to finally settle the score that had begun on a quiet farm on Conquered Dawn. The Mandalorian Civil War had now produced its next generation of warriors, and the young Jango Fett was about to become one of the most legendary figures in the entire galactic underworld. Tor Vizsla had spent years planning the perfect setup to finish off the true Mandalorians once and for all. And in 44 years before the Battle of Yavin, he finally pulled it off. The trap he built that year would end an entire faction, redirect the future of the Jedi Order, and break Jango Fett's life into 2 completely separate halves. The events on the planet Galadran happened 22 years before the Battle of Geonosis. By this point in galactic history, Jango Fett was the Mandalore of the true Mandalorians, having taken the title from his adoptive father, Jaster Mereel, after the betrayal on Corda 6 that we covered in our last section. Jango was leading his people as a mercenary force, taking contracts across the galaxy while hunting Death Watch on the side. A new contract arrived that looked routine on the surface. The governor of Galadran was dealing with an insurrection from some of his own colonists. He needed a professional mercenary outfit to handle the situation. He hired the true Mandalorians under Jango Fett's command. Jango accepted the job. He and his people moved in and put down the insurrection with brutal efficiency, exactly the way professional mercenaries were supposed to handle that kind of contract. But what Jango did not know at the time was that the governor had something else going on behind the scenes. The governor was secretly harboring Death Watch members inside his own estate. He had been personally advised by Tor Vizsla himself on how to set the perfect trap for the true Mandalorians. The entire contract had been a Vizsla operation from the very beginning. The insurrection was real enough, but the bigger play was happening underneath it. After the rebels were defeated, Jango went to the governor's estate to collect his payment. While he was there, he also planned to ask the governor about Vizsla and the Death Watch directly. Jango had picked up on some signals that the governor was connected to the Death Watch network somehow. He wanted answers about Vizsla's whereabouts, and he was prepared to apply pressure to get them. The confrontation at the estate played out in a single explosive moment. Tor Vizsla revealed himself directly. He had been hiding inside the castle the entire time, waiting in ambush with a cadre of Death Watch soldiers at his side. Vizsla attacked Jango on sight, forcing the Mandalorian leader to flee through a large window in a desperate move to escape. Vizsla took a well-placed shot at Jango's jetpack as the Mandalore was retreating. The hit sent Jango crashing to the ground outside the estate. The governor watched the whole thing happen and asked Vizsla if Jango was finished. Vizsla replied that he soon will be. But Vizsla had already set a much bigger play in motion. The governor had contacted the Jedi Council with a false request for aid before the true Mandalorians had even arrived on the planet. The story he had given the Jedi was carefully crafted to push every emotional button the Order had. He had claimed that the Mandalorians were taking down political activists along with innocent women and children. The governor had asked the Jedi for help because the Republic itself could not stop the supposed atrocity in time. The governor had also expressed his own concerns directly to Vizsla about the lack of physical evidence for these supposed atrocities. Vizsla assured him that his own Death Watch men would supply the necessary body count themselves. The Death Watch soldiers proceeded to take down Galadran civilians and stage the scene to frame the true Mandalorians for the entire situation. By the time the Jedi arrived, there would be ample evidence that the Mandalorians had committed exactly the kind of war crimes the governor had reported. The Jedi Council took the governor at his word without conducting a proper investigation of the situation on the ground. They dispatched a strike team to handle the supposed atrocity. The team was led by Jedi Master Dooku and his Padawan, a young woman named Komari Vosa. Yes, that Dooku, the same one who would later become Darth Tyrannus. At this point in his career, he was still a respected Jedi Master. His task force was supported by the Republic judicial forces themselves and included multiple Jedi Knights working under his command. The Council was making a serious investment of Jedi resources in this operation. When Dooku's force confronted the true Mandalorians on Galadran, the Jedi Master delivered his ultimatum directly to Jango Fett's people. He said the Mandalorians stood accused of taking civilian lives. He told them to surrender immediately and promised they would be treated fairly afterward. Komari Vosa added her own line right after her master. She said that if they fought, the Jedi would bring swift justice down on them. Her words sounded much less like a peaceful resolution and much more like a direct threat. Jango Fett saw exactly what was happening. He knew the Death Watch had set up the entire situation. He knew the Jedi were operating on bad intelligence, and he was not willing to surrender to such obvious injustice. So he made the decision that would define the rest of his life. He ordered his troops to open fire. He specifically targeted Comare Vosa first. The opening blaster volleys quickly proved ineffective against the Jedi lightsabers. The Force users were deflecting the shots back at the Mandalorians with deadly accuracy. Jango adapted on the fly. He called for projectile weapons instead of blasters. He ordered air support from the Mandalorian jetpacks to cover his ground forces. The Mandalorians switched tactics in the middle of the engagement, doing exactly what their training had prepared them for. But the engagement was already going badly. Jango's second-in-command, a warrior named Miles, attempted to provide air support from above. He was taken down in midair by one of the Jedi, while Jango could only watch the entire thing unfold from below. Miles had been a close friend and a trusted lieutenant. Losing him in front of Jango's own eyes pushed the Mandalore into a state of cold fury. Comare Vosa was the worst of the Jedi Force on the field that day. She aggressively cut down Mandalorian after Mandalorian in a Force-augmented attack pattern. She personally accounted for at least 20 true Mandalorians on her own during the engagement. The young Padawan was operating well beyond what any reasonable Jedi protocol would have allowed. Jango Fett went straight for the Jedi who had taken down Miles. He threw himself at the Jedi without hesitation. After a brief brawl, Jango finished the Jedi with his bare hands, channeling years of grief and training into a single confrontation. And then he kept going. During the rest of the battle that followed, Jango Fett personally took down 6 Jedi using nothing but his own hands, his feet, and his armored body. He had no traditional weapon during these confrontations. He was a non-Force user, accomplishing something no other non-Force user had ever managed against trained Jedi before. But all of Jango's personal feats during the engagement could not turn the tide of the larger battle. The Jedi Force was too strong, and Comare Vosa's rampage was tearing the true Mandalorians apart. When the dust finally settled, 11 Jedi lay defeated on the field. But every single true Mandalorian on Galadran was finished, except for Jango himself, and one captured warrior named Silas. The entire faction Jaster Mereel had built through years of reform was wiped out in a single afternoon. Jango Fett, by then the last true Mandalorian fighter standing on the field, lost the will to continue fighting once he realized his men were all gone. The grief broke through everything else he was feeling. He was promptly captured by Dooku and the remaining Jedi without further resistance. The casualties on both sides had been catastrophic for everyone involved. Dooku would say later that more than half of the Jedi Force had fallen during the engagement. The majority of their judicial forces' reinforcements were also gone. The supposedly easy operation had turned into the worst Jedi loss in years. It was only after the fight was over that Dooku and the surviving Jedi realized what had really happened on Galadran. They had been used as a tool in Tor Vizsla's larger plan. The Death Watch had framed the true Mandalorians completely, and the Jedi Council had failed to investigate the original report properly before sending its people into the trap. Dooku would later reflect on the situation in his own words. He said it was a misguided mission from the start and not the first of the Council's poor decisions. Galadron would become one of the seeds of Dooku's later disillusionment with the Jedi Order itself, planting the ideological roots that would eventually grow into his fall to the dark side. In one of his private dens, Dooku kept the lightsabers of the Jedi who had fallen at Galadron on display. The collection became a personal memorial to a Jedi tragedy. It was also a constant reminder to Dooku of the Council's failure to prevent the entire disaster from happening in the first place. The Jedi were eventually forced to hand Jango Fett over to the governor of Galadron after the battle ended. The governor took Jango's armor as a personal trophy. He then sold Jango onto a spice transport, where Jango spent the next several years working under forced labor conditions for criminals he had no way to fight back against. Jango did not stay captive forever. During a pirate raid on the spice transport one day, he saw his chance. He escaped during the chaos of the raid. He took down everyone on board the ship who tried to stop him from leaving. Then he made his way directly back to Galadron to settle his unfinished business. He recovered his armor, which had originally belonged to Jaster Mereel himself, and resumed his hunt for Tor Vizsla immediately. Jango eventually caught up with Vizsla on the planet Corellia. The encounter was the conclusion he had been waiting years to deliver. Jango used the blade on his gauntlet to carve a deep wound across Vizsla's abdomen, then left the Death Watch leader to be finished by the claws of hungry dire cats that prowled the area. The man who had taken Jango's first family from him on Concord Dawn, and who had then orchestrated the fall of his second family on Galadron, had finally been brought down by the same boy he had once threatened on a farmhouse floor. With the leader of the Death Watch gone, the remaining members of the faction went deep underground. Death Watch outlived Vizsla as an organization, but it survived as a far smaller and weaker faction than it had ever been before. The remaining Death Watch members were fearful of provoking Jango Fett's wrath again at any point in the future. Jango Fett retained his title as Mandalore after Galadron, but he stopped being a leader in any meaningful sense. He became a bounty hunter instead. The title had lost most of its meaning by being abandoned in this way, since there were essentially no true Mandalorians left for Jango to lead anymore. But he had earned something else along the way. He had earned a legendary reputation across the galactic underworld that would soon attract the attention of figures with much darker plans for him. And the choices Jango Fett made next would eventually shape the entire course of the Clone Wars themselves. Every crime syndicate in the galaxy eventually produced one figure whose name became bigger than the syndicate itself. For the Hutt cartel, that figure was Jabba, and his throne room on Tatooine became the single most famous criminal headquarters in the entire history of the galactic underworld. His full title carried more weight than most people realized. The formal style was His Excellency Jabba Desiligic Tiure of Nal Hutta, Eminence of Tatooine. That title alone told you a few things about him. He came from the Desiligic Kajidish, which we covered back in Section 5 as one of the two most powerful Hutt clans alongside the Besadi. He held official residence on Nal Hutta, the Hutt capital world, and he claimed Tatooine itself as his personal eminence, even though the desert planet had never officially belonged to any Hutt clan in legal terms. Jabba was born approximately 596 years before the events of the original rebellion against the Empire. That made him roughly 600 years old by the time of his final encounter with the rebellion. Hutts in general were a long-lived species, but Jabba had managed to extend his career far beyond what most of his clan ever achieved. He was a Hutt male, a gangster, and a crime lord. He was also a leading member of the Grand Hutt Council itself, which meant he sat at the very top table of Hutt politics. He was an influential leader within the Hutt clan and one of the most recognized faces of the entire Hutt cartel. At the remarkably young age of just 80 years old, which is considered young for a Hutt, Jabba made the move that would define the rest of his life. He left the wider Hutt Empire and established his own criminal operation on the remote desert world of Tatooine. He moved into an old Bomar monastery building and converted it into his personal palace. That building would eventually become the most famous criminal headquarters anywhere in the galactic underworld. Jabba began his illicit operations from this Tatooine palace centuries before the Clone Wars ever broke out. From this single base in the desert, he spread his operations and his influence across the entire Outer Rim. He employed a constant network of smugglers who moved his goods across the galaxy on a daily basis. The operation eventually grew into a powerful criminal empire built on several specialties at once. He moved spice through his smuggling networks. He ran gun-running operations that supplied conflicts across multiple systems. He maintained captive labor networks that supported his other ventures. And he ran outright piracy operations against shipping in the surrounding sectors. Tatooine itself became Jabba's personal kingdom over the centuries that followed. He controlled the bulk of the piracy on the planet. He controlled the captive labor trafficking. He controlled the movement of illegal goods. Almost everything that generated wealth on Tatooine passed through one of Jabba's operations at some point along the way. He had become the unofficial ruler of an entire planet without ever needing to claim a formal title. His reach extended well beyond Tatooine itself. He was highly influential in the entire Outer Rim as one of its most powerful crime lords. He maintained hundreds of bounty hunters, smugglers, and assassins on his personal payroll at any given time. Anyone who needed dirty work done in the Outer Rim eventually had to deal with someone in Jabba's network. His family situation was complicated even by Hutt standards. Jabba had a son named Rotta. He had an uncle named Zero Desilijik Tiura, who was a major player in his own right. The wider Desilijik family also included Jabba himself, his brother who was actually Rotta's father, the Uncle Zero mentioned above, and several other Hutt relatives including figures named Mama, Papa, Ibor, Gorga Desilijik, Arpo, Grabala, and Kraka. The entire family was deeply involved in Hutt politics, with each relative running their own piece of the broader Desilijik Empire. Jabba had his Desilijik Kajidik symbol tattooed on his right arm. This was the same kind of clan insignia we mentioned back in Section 5 when we covered the original Kajidik system. The tattoo was a sign of his deep affiliation with his clan and his pride in his ancestral lineage going all the way back to the original Hutt clans that had survived the Cataclysms thousands of years before. His personality was a textbook case of the typical Hutt crime lord, just scaled up to galactic notoriety. He was greedy at every opportunity. He was malicious toward his enemies. He was pragmatic about business decisions. He was prideful in a way that demanded constant displays of his power. And he was adept at bending other beings to his will through manipulation, threats, and reward. His throne room itself reflected all of these personality traits in physical form. He collected things like trophies and trinkets as constant reminders of his own power. The most famous of these trophies was the carbonite frozen body of Han Solo, which Jabba hung on the wall of his throne room as decoration. The frozen smuggler was both a piece of art and a public warning to anyone else who might think about crossing him. Jabba also enjoyed cruelty in the form of torture, public punishments, and the subjugation of his enemies. He used these displays both for entertainment value and for practical reasons of intimidation and internal discipline, within his own organization. He also had an unsettling personal preference. He had an affinity for young female humanoids and often forced them into roles as dancers or companions in his throne room. Two of his most notable victims were Ula the Twi'lek and Princess Leia herself. The pattern was the kind of thing that defined Jabba's worst qualities as a ruler, and it would eventually be his undoing in ways he never anticipated. His political position within the wider Hutt power structure was always tense. Jabba was uneasy allies with Gardulla Besadi from the rival Besadi clan. The two of them had started as business partners and later become serious rivals. Jabba competed with the entire Besadi clan for control of Hutt space throughout his career. The Desiligic and Besadi feud we mentioned in Section 5 ran through Jabba's entire life as a defining conflict. During the Clone Wars era, Jabba's influence and power over the Outer Rim hyperlanes was sought by both major sides of the conflict. The Galactic Republic wanted his cooperation. The Confederacy of Independent Systems wanted it too. Both sides understood that whoever controlled the Hutt trade routes had a massive logistical advantage in the war. The situation got personal for Jabba very quickly. Shortly after the war broke out, his infant son Rotta was abducted by his own Uncle Zero and the Separatist Alliance, both of whom had their own schemes in play. The plot was designed to manipulate Jabba into siding with the Separatists by framing the Republic for the abduction. Jabba requested help from anyone who could find and recover his son. The Republic and the Jedi Order answered the call directly. Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan Ahsoka Tano were dispatched to handle the recovery, and they tracked Rotta to a planet called Teth, where they successfully retrieved the young Hutt and returned him home. Following Rotta's rescue, the entire Hutt cartel became an official ally of the Republic. The Grand Army of the Republic was granted safe passage through Hutt space and through the surrounding Arcanis sector. That single alliance gave the Republic a major strategic advantage in the war, all because Anakin and Ahsoka had saved a baby Hutt from a kidnapping plot. The most famous bounty plot of Jabba's entire career started with a single incident at Kessel. When the smuggler Han Solo dropped an entire cargo of valuable glitterstim spice near Kessel during an Imperial patrol encounter, Jabba was furious. The loss represented a significant amount of money. Jabba responded by placing a hefty bounty on Han Solo's head. That bounty would eventually drive the entire chase plot of the original Rebellion-era trilogy, leading directly to the events of carbonite freezing and the final confrontation on Tatooine. By the dawn of the rebellion against the Empire, Jabba had become the most powerful crime lord in the entire Outer Rim. Some observers thought he might be the most powerful crime lord in the entire galaxy. His success was largely due to his near monopoly on the glitterstim spice business specifically. The Pyke Syndicate we covered in Section 11 supplied most of the raw spice through Kessel, and Jabba had become the dominant distributor of the refined product across multiple sectors. At his absolute height, the Desiligic Khajiitic had become the single largest and most powerful of all Hutt clans. They had surpassed even their sworn enemies in the Besadi clan, which was a major reversal of fortunes that had been building for decades. The old Desiligic Besadi rivalry was effectively decided in favor of Jabba's family by this point in galactic history. During the Galactic Empire's reign, Jabba enjoyed an uneasy alliance with the imperial regime itself. The Empire cautiously refused to interfere too much with his criminal operations. The reason was simple enough. The Hutts paid handsomely to be left alone. The bribe network kept imperial officers from looking too closely at what was happening in Hutt territory. Even at the height of his reign, Jabba dealt with recurring problems behind the scenes. He suffered from a chronic illness that caused him constant physical discomfort, and even his closest lieutenants had begun plotting his eventual removal from power. The constant betrayal risk meant Jabba could trust almost no one in his entire palace operation. There were only two people Jabba truly trusted with sensitive matters. The first was his Nimbanel accountant, a figure named Mosep Binid, who handled the financial side of his operations. The second was Ephant Mon, whom Jabba made chief of security of his entire palace. Mon was one of the few non-Hutts who had access to Jabba's inner circle and who was trusted with his physical safety. Jabba also maintained business dealings with Prince Shizor of Black Sun, which we will cover in detail in the next section. Jabba would address Shizor directly in the basic language during their conversations. This was a very rare concession for a Hutt to make, since Hutts typically insisted on conducting all conversations in Huttese as a matter of cultural pride. The fact that Jabba was willing to speak basic to Shizor tells you exactly how serious those negotiations were. The Deselegic Besadi feud reached one of its bloodiest peaks when Aruk the Hutt of the Besadi clan was finished off by Jabba and his aunt Giliak. The two of them used a substance called Malkite poison to handle the removal. After Aruk fell, the rival clan's son Durga became a Black Sun Vigo under Prince Shizor's personal protection. The Hutt feud had now spilled directly into Black Sun politics, intertwining the two major underworld powers in a way that would have major consequences down the line. Jabba's own ending came in 4 years after the Battle of Yavin during the Rebellion era. Princess Leia Organa, whom Jabba had captured and forced into his throne room, took advantage of an opening during Luke Skywalker's rescue of Han Solo from Carbonite. Leia used the very chain Jabba had forced on her to finish the crime lord during the chaos of the escape attempt. The most powerful crime lord in the Outer Rim was taken down by a princess he had underestimated. Jabba's removal created an enormous power vacuum across the entire Outer Rim almost immediately. Two small-time criminals named Kes Dollis and Kisa Shaki tried to take over his Mos Eisley smuggling business. Their move sparked an immediate gang war in the streets of Mos Eisley as other ambitious figures tried to grab their own pieces of what Jabba had left behind. The Outer Rim underworld had lost its central figure with no clear successor in place. Many Hutts looking back on Jabba's career would later believe that if he had still been alive, the Hutt cartel would have avoided some of its worst disasters in the years that followed. Specifically, they thought he would have prevented the catastrophic Darksaber project and the treacherous deal the Hutts eventually made with the Yuuzhan Vong invaders. Jabba's removal had directly precipitated the long decline of the Hutt cartel itself. The species had lost more than just a crime lord that day on Tatooine. They had lost the steady hand that had kept their entire cartel functioning at the top of the galactic underworld for centuries. When Jango Fett fell during the opening battle of the Clone Wars, the title of top bounty hunter in the galaxy was suddenly up for grabs. The person who claimed that title within months would walk into the heart of the Galactic Senate itself and take hostages right in front of the Supreme Chancellor. His name was Cad Bane. He was a Duros male, originally from the planet Duro, and his career would span 3 full galactic eras. He worked through the final years of the Galactic Republic. He continued operating through the reign of the Galactic Empire, and his name kept turning up in records all the way into the era of the New Republic that followed. Few bounty hunters in galactic history ever managed that kind of longevity in their profession. His birth name was actually Colby. Before he was the most feared bounty hunter in the galactic underworld, he was a street kid on his Duros homeworld. looking for any way to survive. He eventually got involved in criminal activity by joining a local gangster named Laszlo. Laszlo's gang gave young Colby his first real exposure to professional crime, and the experience shaped everything that came after. Laszlo himself eventually fell during his criminal career, and the young Colby went through a transformation that turned him into the figure we know today. He grew in infamy after he finished off both a local marshal and his own former friend, Nero. The act was framed as revenge for what had happened to his old gang, but it was also the moment Colby left his old identity behind for good. From that point forward, he was Cad Bane, and he became a bounty hunter operating across the galactic underworld. His professional reputation was built on 3 specific qualities. He was cold under pressure, he was methodical in his planning, and he was ruthless when the contract called for it. He worked strictly for credits and would turn on his own allies for the right price if the math made sense. He did not get along well with other bounty hunters as a rule, and he never hesitated to take down innocent bystanders if they got in the way of a job. That last trait earned him a particular reputation across the underworld. He was considered the most dangerous gunman in the entire galaxy after Jango Fett's fall at Geonosis. 2 specific Clone Wars-era jobs cemented that reputation across the underworld for good. The first was a contract from the Sith Lord Darth Sidious himself. Sidious reached out to Bane during the early Clone Wars with a job nobody in the galaxy had ever successfully completed before. The target was the Holocron Vault inside the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. The vault contained extremely sensitive Jedi artifacts, and getting inside it would require breaking into the most heavily protected building on the capital planet of the galaxy. Bane was initially hesitant about taking the job. The risks of infiltrating the Jedi Temple were genuinely catastrophic for any non-Force user, but Sidious knew exactly how to push the right button. He implied that the rumors of Bane's talents might have been exaggerated. That single insult was enough to get Bane to accept the contract immediately. Sidious gave Bane 2 pieces of equipment to work with on the job. The first was a detailed map of the Jedi Temple itself. The second was a security chip that contained data on the temple's internal security systems. Bane installed the chip directly into his loyal droid companion, Todo 360. He also planted a bomb inside Todo at the same time without telling the droid about it. The bomb was insurance in case Todo got caught and started talking. For the actual operation, Bane subcontracted a Clawdite shapeshifter named Cato Parasiti to assist him from inside the temple. Parasiti would pose as a deceased Jedi named Ord Innocence, giving Bane an inside agent who could move freely through the building. The plan was thorough, professional, and exactly the kind of layered operation that Bane had become known for. Bane and his accomplices proceeded to the Jedi Temple on schedule and stole the targeted holocron. The artifact contained one of the most sensitive pieces of information the Jedi Order had ever assembled. It held the names and the locations of Force-sensitive children across the entire galaxy. With that data in hand, Bane then used the information inside the holocron to abduct several Force-sensitive children for the Sith. The abductions were part of Sidious's long-term plan to build a Force using infrastructure that would serve the Sith Order in the future. Most of the galaxy never learned what had happened to those children. Despite having both Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi assigned to track him down, Bane successfully evaded both Jedi Masters and escaped the planet entirely. The ability to outmaneuver two of the most accomplished Jedi in the Order at the same time confirmed his place at the very top of the bounty hunting profession. The second major job came shortly afterward, and it was even bigger in scope. The contract this time came from Jabba the Hutt himself. Jabba needed Bane to free his imprisoned uncle Zero Desilijicture from Republic custody. Zero had been arrested by the Republic for conspiring with the Separatists, but his arrest had created a much bigger problem for the entire Hutt Council. Zero was holding a holo diary that contained recordings of all the Council's wrongdoings going back years. If Zero decided to talk to the Senate to save his own skin, the contents of that diary would expose every major Hutt operation across the galaxy. The Hutt Council was deeply concerned about this possibility. They needed Zero either freed or silenced before he could trade his secrets for a deal. Bane took the job and immediately began planning. Step 1 was obtaining the blueprints to the Galactic Senate building itself. He targeted Senator Padme Amidala's protocol droid C-3PO for the data. But when C-3PO turned out not to have the blueprints, Bane captured R2-D2 instead and pulled the building schematics from the astromech droid. Bane was careful to return both droids with their memories erased afterward, which kept the Republic from knowing the heist was being planned in the first place. Once the schematics were in hand, Bane traveled to Tatooine and collected payment from Jabba personally, along with the green light to proceed with the actual rescue operation. For the Senate operation itself, Bane assembled a specialized team of bounty hunters. Each one had a specific job and a specific skill set the contract required. The first hire was the Jedi hunter Aura Singh, who we mentioned back in Section 12 as one of the major independent bounty hunters of the era. The second was a Petrolian slicer named Robonino, who could handle the technical infiltration work. The third was a Weequay bounty hunter named Shahan Alama for direct combat support. And the fourth was an assassin droid called Helios 3D for tactical assistance. Together, the four of them formed one of the most dangerous strike teams ever assembled in the Underworld. Bane and his crew traveled to the Galactic Senate building during a quiet evening when foot traffic was at a minimum. Bane approached a group of senators directly inside the building, walking right up to them in the hallways like he belonged there. A Grand Senator named Philo spoke out against Bane's presence and tried to walk away from the encounter. Bane took him down on the spot to establish dominance over the rest of the senators in the room. The act was deliberate and calculated. It told everyone watching that Bane was serious about the demands he was about to make. Bane then contacted Supreme Chancellor Palpatine directly through the building's communication system. He demanded that a pardon disc be provided immediately to free Zero from the Republic Judiciary Central Detention Center. The senators in the building were being held as hostages until the disc was delivered. To raise the stakes even higher, Bane was busy wiring the entire Senate building with explosives while the negotiation played out. Palpatine had no real choice in the matter. He sent Senator Orn-Free Tar with a bounty hunter to retrieve Zero from the detention center, exactly as Bane had demanded. The Chancellor was being forced to release a major criminal at gunpoint inside his own Capitol building, which was an unimaginable scenario for the Republic just months earlier. In the middle of the operation, Bane and his team managed to capture Anakin Skywalker himself. Anakin had been visiting Padme Amidala in the Senate building when the situation broke out, and he was caught without his lightsaber that night. He had actually given the weapon to Padme earlier in the evening for safekeeping. Anakin tried to fight back regardless. He managed to subdue Shahan Alama, and one of the other bounty hunters in hand-to-hand combat. But Aurra Sing eventually disarmed Anakin with her blaster, and the Jedi Knight was contained alongside the other senators with no weapon to defend himself. About to make his getaway with Zero and the Pardon Disc, Bane was suddenly confronted by Clone Commander Fox and his detachment of the Coruscant Guard. The clone troopers had been called in by Senator Tar and Chancellor Palpatine in a desperate attempt to stop the operation. Bane's response was characteristic of his ruthless professionalism. He revealed that the bombs had been set to detonate around all the hostages. He could trigger them remotely with a single command. Faced with that ultimatum, Palpatine had no choice but to let Bane and his team escape with Zero and the disc intact. Upon leaving the Senate building with Zero in tow, Bane detonated the bombs anyway. There was no tactical reason for the detonation. He had already secured the escape. The bombs went off purely out of malice on Bane's part. It was a chilling moment that foreshadowed his future cruelty in operations to come. A party of Jedi gave chase as Bane and his team tried to flee Coruscant. The chase eventually went deep down toward an underworld portal, which gave Bane an idea. He shot out the engine of a passing transport ship to create a distraction for his pursuers. The spinning transport struck the side of the underworld portal as it lost control. On the other side of that portal was the home of a family named Martez. The parents of the family sacrificed their lives so that their daughters could escape the impact. Those daughters were named Trace and Rafa, and yes, those are the same Martez sisters we covered back in Section 11 when they made their disastrous spice run for the Pyke Syndicate years later. Their entire path through the underworld began with this exact moment of trauma during Cad Bane's escape from the Senate. The diversion allowed Zero, Bane, and the other bounty hunters to evade capture entirely and disappear into the Coruscant underworld. From there, they made their way directly to the Hutt Palace on Nal Hutta to deliver Zero to his family. But Zero's troubles did not end with his rescue. Once he was brought back to Nal Hutta, he tried to avoid Hutt Council punishment by threatening to release the contents of his holodiary anyway. The Council had not gone to all that trouble just to deal with new threats from Zero himself. They responded by imprisoning him in their own palace facilities instead of treating him as a free Hutt. Zero was eventually freed by his lover, Sy Snootles, who had her own complicated history with the Disiligic clan. After his escape, Zero went to his father's grave on the planet Teth to recover the actual diary, which he had hidden away years earlier. But Sy Snootles was working for Jabba on a secret contract of her own. She finished Zero at the gravesite and took the diary records back to Tatooine to deliver them to Jabba personally. The threat to the Hutt Council had been neutralized in the only way the Hutts trusted, which was by their own hands. The Senate hostage crisis demonstrated something deeply terrifying to the galaxy at large. The bounty hunters and the Hutt cartel could strike directly at the very heart of the Republic itself. They could take the Supreme Chancellor and his senators hostage in their own Capitol building. They could walk away alive with their target freed. And they could do it all in the middle of a galactic war while the Republic's full attention was supposed to be on the separatist threat. The galactic underworld had just proven that no government building, no matter how heavily protected, was actually safe from a properly organized criminal operation. Cad Bane had become the face of that proof, and the entire galaxy now knew exactly what his hat looked like. For more than 10 years, a mother on the planet Dathomir held onto something the rest of the galaxy refused to believe. Her son had been cut clean in half by a Jedi during one of the most public confrontations in modern Sith history, and she was certain deep in her Night Sister bones, that he was still alive somewhere out there. The mother was Mother Talzin, a powerful Night Sister magic user and one of the most respected figures on Dathomir. The son she refused to give up on was Darth Maul. A Force-sensitive Dathomirian Zabrak, Maul had once been the first known apprentice of the Sith Lord Darth Sidious. Sidious had taken him from Talzin when he was a child, separated him from his brothers Savage Opress and Ferrell, and shaped him into a perfect dark side weapon. The galaxy had only seen what that weapon could do once in public. That single appearance happened during the invasion of Naboo in 32 years before the Battle of Yavin. The fight on Naboo was the kind of event that became legend almost as it was happening. Maul faced Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi inside a reactor complex on the planet. He critically wounded Qui-Gon during the duel. But then the young Obi-Wan Kenobi caught him off guard with a lightsaber strike that cut him clean in half at the waist. Maul's body fell down a deep ventilation shaft and vanished from every galactic record afterward. Every official source agreed on the same outcome. The Sith apprentice had been finished in one of the cleanest Jedi victories of the era. Mother Talzin never accepted that conclusion. She could sense through her dark magic that her son was still out there somewhere in the galaxy. She had no way to track him down on her own. This is what had actually been happening to her son in all those years. After his bisection, Maul should have ended by every biological law the galaxy understood. But his hatred for Obi-Wan Kenobi was so deep and consuming that the dark side of the Force kept him breathing on pure rage. He survived through sheer refusal to let go of his anger toward the Jedi who had taken his lower half from him. His broken upper body tumbled down through the ventilation shaft and landed in a pile of Naboo's waste material. From there, the trash was collected and shipped off-world along with the rest of the planet's junk. The shipping route carried Maul's barely conscious form to a planet called Lotho Minor, which functioned as the galaxy's central junkyard. The name itself carried meaning. To be minor in the galactic sense was to be lesser, unimportant, little known. Lotho Minor was a place where forgotten things went to be forgotten forever. It was the perfect setting for what Maul was about to become. For the next 10 years or more, Maul remained on Lotho Minor in a state that resembled life only in the loosest possible sense. His mind slowly came apart at the seams. His memories faded away year after year. Any clear sense of who he had been before Naboo eroded into nothing. The dark side kept his body functioning, but his consciousness was disappearing further into darkness with each passing month. He needed some way to move around the surface, since his entire lower body was gone. So he used the Force to construct crude cybernetic spider-like legs from scrap metal he scavenged out of the surrounding junkyards. The contraption gave him 6 legs in total, replacing his severed lower half with a mechanical mockery of a Sith Lord's silhouette. He looked like a creature out of a child's worst nightmare, scuttling through the trash on those makeshift limbs. His existence on Lotho Minor played out in caves and tunnels beneath the planet's surface. He carved out a meager territory for himself in the dark over the course of a full decade. His mind was so twisted by this point that almost nothing remained of his original identity. The only memory he held on to with any real clarity was his pure hatred for Obi-Wan Kenobi. Everything else had eroded away. He could still mutter broken fragments of the Sith code, but they came out as scrambled pieces describing himself as fear, as a hunter, as filth, and finally, as nothing at all. the proud apprentice of Darth Sidious, had been reduced to a muttering creature in a tunnel system at the very edge of galactic civilization. A snake-like figure named Morley eventually took up residence near Maul's lair. Morley played a strange dual role in the Spider Sith's broken existence. He served Maul as a crude guide through the surrounding tunnels, but he also exploited Maul's shattered state for his own survival. Morley would lure unsuspecting junkers into Maul's lair on a regular basis. The junkers were the scavengers who came to Lotho Minor looking for valuable scrap to sell off-world. Morley would lead them into the dark passages where Maul was waiting, and the deranged Sith would feed on whoever Morley brought him. The arrangement had kept both creatures alive for years, even if Maul himself barely understood what was happening anymore. The galactic underworld had no idea any of this was happening down on Lotho Minor. The most dangerous Sith assassin Sidious had ever produced was reduced to preying on scavengers in a forgotten tunnel system completely off the grid. He had become a missing piece of underworld history that the rest of the galaxy had lost track of. Now we come back to Mother Talzin's part of the story. Around 20 years before Yavin, during the height of the Clone Wars, Talzin's certainty about her son finally turned into real action. She dispatched her other surviving son to find him at last. That son was Savage Opress. Savage had been through his own difficult journey by this point. He had briefly served as a Sith Lord apprentice to Count Dooku before betraying his master and breaking away from the Sith path entirely. Talzin sent him out on a personal quest to locate his long-lost brother and bring him home to Dathomir. To help with the search, Talzin gave Savage a special object known as a Talisman of Finding. The talisman was a Night Sister magic artifact attuned to family blood bonds. It would glow brightly whenever Savage came near a relative of his own blood. The artifact was Talzin's gift across the years, a piece of her own power placed into her surviving son's hand. After an altercation at a diner on the planet Stobar, Savage caught his first real clue about where Maul might be hiding. The talisman started glowing near a stack of shipping containers that had come in from Lotho Minor. The trail pointed straight to the galaxy's junkyard. Savage boarded a vessel called a turtle tanker that was bound for Lotho Minor on a routine run. As soon as the ship arrived at the planet, he ejected the Sakian captain and took the vessel for himself. He stepped onto the surface of Lotho Minor and walked out into the endless junkyards, howling in rage as the talisman briefly stopped glowing in his hand. He was close, but he was not yet at the right spot to find what he was looking for. A small, snake-like figure approached him at this point. It was Morley, spotting a new arrival and falling back into his usual routine. Morley pretended to want to help Savage find his goal, but the creature's real plan was simple enough. He intended to lead Savage straight to Maul's lair, where the Spider Sith could feed on the newcomer like he had on so many others before. Morley led Savage through the maze of junkyards. The path forced them to dodge refuse incinerator droids that patrolled the surface continuously. Eventually, they were surrounded by a group of Junkers who had marked them as easy targets for an attack. Savage took down many of his attackers in the confrontation, and the survivors fled back into the trash piles in terror. When acid rain began to fall from the polluted sky above, Savage and Morley took shelter inside a nearby cave to wait out the storm. Once they were inside, Savage looked around at the walls and the floor of the cave. He saw multiple fallen Junkers scattered around the space, the remains of Maul's earlier meals. The talisman in his hand began to glow brighter than it had at any point during his entire search. He had finally arrived at the right place after weeks of tracking. A moment later, The Spider Sith attacked him out of the darkness. Maul did not recognize his own brother and lunged at Savage like he had at every other intruder over the past decade. The two of them grappled together in the cave, with Savage trying carefully not to harm the creature he was supposed to be rescuing. As they fought, the Talisman of Finding glowed brighter than it ever had before in Savage's hand. Its light revealed Maul's true identity, hidden beneath the cybernetic spider legs and the years of accumulated grime. Savage finally got through to his brother and tried to focus his attention on what was happening. He told the deranged Maul about their kinship, about their mother on Dathomir, and about why he had come to find him after all this time. Maul could only respond at first with incoherent ramblings, fragments of the Sith code spilling out of him in scrambled order. But something deep inside him was starting to wake up after a very long sleep. His mind eventually cleared just enough for him to remember one critical piece of his past life. He recalled that he had once been the apprentice to the most powerful being in the galaxy. He recalled that he had been destined to become so much more than the spider creature his brother saw in front of him now. And he recalled exactly who had robbed him of that destiny. The Jedi had taken everything from him, and specifically, Obi-Wan Kenobi had been the one responsible for his fall on Naboo. Before the brothers left the cave together, Maul took one final action that demonstrated a small return of his old clarity. He took down Morley personally, recognizing at last how the snake had been exploiting him during all those years of madness. It was a single moment of focused decision-making inside a mind that had been broken for over a decade. Savage retrieved his brother and brought him back to Dathomir aboard the turtle tanker. The mother, who had refused to believe her son was gone, finally got to see him return home after all those years apart. Once Maul arrived at the Night Sister stronghold, Mother Talzin used her magics to restore his mind and his body to functional condition. She fashioned a brand new pair of cybernetic metal legs for him, built from pieces of destroyed super battle droids that the Night Sisters had collected from various battlefields around the galaxy. The result was a fusion of dark magic and battlefield machinery, finally giving Maul a proper humanoid form for the first time in over 10 years. Once he was fully restored to himself, Maul informed his brother Savage about his former apprenticeship to Darth Sidious. He explained his oath of vengeance against Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Jedi who had taken everything from him on Naboo all those years earlier. The two brothers then set out together on a campaign of revenge against the wider Jedi Order. They harmed civilians on the planet Raydonia specifically as a way to draw Kenobi out into the open for the confrontation Maul had been waiting more than a decade to finally deliver. Maul's return was the most consequential resurrection in the entire history of the galactic underworld. A Sith Lord who had been written off as gone forever had crawled back from the most forgotten corner of the galaxy on metal legs of his own design. The part that mattered most was what he chose to do next. Maul did not rejoin the Sith Order under Sidious after he was restored on Dathomir. He chose instead to build his own criminal empire from scratch in the years that followed. He would become a Shadow Sith, operating outside the main Sith plan, devoted equally to his revenge against Kenobi and to ruling crime itself across the galaxy. The galactic underworld was about to gain a new player that none of the existing syndicates were prepared to handle. By the height of the Clone Wars, a single rogue Sith Lord had managed to convince some of the most powerful crime syndicates in the entire galaxy to work together under one banner. The galactic underworld had never seen an alliance quite like this one before, and it would only last for about a year before everything came crashing down. The alliance was called the Shadow Collective. It was Maul's answer to the question we ended the last section on, which was what a restored Shadow Sith would do with his second chance at life. He had no interest in rejoining the Sith Order under Sidious after his restoration on Dathomir. What he wanted instead was something much more ambitious. He had decided to build a rival criminal Sith Order that could compete with Sidious for control of the galaxy itself. The underlying goal of the Shadow Collective was twofold. Maul wanted to threaten the plans of Darth Sidious directly through a competing power base. He also wanted to compete with the Dark Lord for actual galactic political control. The Shadow Collective sought to defeat both major sides of the ongoing war at the same time, which meant taking down the Confederacy of Independent Systems and the Galactic Republic in one campaign. The endgame was a unified criminal Sith state that would run the galaxy from the shadows. Mother Talzin herself had partly encouraged the project, since she shared her son's deep desire to push back against Sidious for what he had done to their family on Dathomir. To build a coalition powerful enough to challenge a Sith Lord, Maul needed real muscle behind him. He spent the early months of his return rallying 5 major underworld forces together under his banner. Each faction was brought into the fold through a different approach tailored to their specific weaknesses. Maul's first underworld alliance was forged with the Mandalorian Death Watch under their leader Pre Vizsla. That name should sound familiar from our earlier sections. Pre was the grandson of Tor Vizsla, the Death Watch founder who had been finished by Jango Fett decades earlier on the planet Corellia. The grandson now led the remnants of Death Watch with his own ambitions for Mandalorian power. Pre Vizsla wanted to retake Mandalore from the pacifist Duchess Satine Kryze and restore the Mandalorians to their old warrior glory. Maul wanted Mandalore as a base of operations for his anti-Sidious campaign. The two interests aligned perfectly, and Death Watch became the foundation of the Shadow Collective. The second target was Black Sun, the Syndicate we covered back in Section 10. Maul did not negotiate with Black Sun the way he had with Death Watch. He attacked the Syndicate's stronghold on Mustafar without any warning. He took down the Syndicate's leadership council in a brutal operation that left the Faline nobles in a difficult position. The survivors were forced to swear allegiance to the Shadow Collective on threat of further losses to their family lines. Black Sun was now part of the coalition whether they wanted to be or not. Pyke's Syndicate involvement came next, through a much more cooperative process. Lom Pyke himself ventured out to visit Maul on the planet Zanbar to meet with the new Sith warlord in person. The Pyke leader joined willingly once he learned that Maul was assembling an army capable of changing galactic power dynamics permanently. The Pyke Spice operation gave the Shadow Collective immediate financial backing, along with a galaxy-spanning distribution network. Maul now had access to the most lucrative drug supply in the entire underworld. Recruiting the Hutt cartel proved to be considerably more difficult than the previous 3 operations. The Shadow Collective set course for Hutt space and traveled to Nal Hutta to meet with the Grand Hutt Council directly. But the Hutts did not roll over the way Maul had hoped. They initially refused his overtures completely. They hired several bounty hunters of their own to push back against Maul's forces, which forced him to retreat from the negotiation entirely. That setback is when Savage Opress took a more aggressive approach. He found a Hutt named Oruba, who eventually revealed under pressure that the rest of the Hutts were hiding out in Jabba's palace on Tatooine. Savage finished Oruba and led the Shadow Collective straight to Jabba's compound. A brief skirmish broke out at the palace, after which the Hutts decided cooperation was the smarter move overall. They provided several Hutt enforcers to the Shadow Collective and officially joined the coalition. The fifth and final piece was the Night Brothers from Maul's own Dathomir homeworld, who joined naturally through his family connection to Mother Talzin. The full coalition was now complete. Death Watch provided the Mandalorian commandos. Black Sun supplied galactic underworld infrastructure. The Pykes brought spice money and distribution channels. The Hutts contributed enforcement muscle and reach into the Outer Rim. The Night Brothers added Dathomirian warriors with their own form of dark side power. The Shadow Collective was ready to make its first major play for actual territory. That first play was the takeover of Mandalore itself. Following the recruitment, Pre Vizsla spoke personally with Bo-Katan Kryze, his second-in-command inside Death Watch. Pre promised her that Mandalore would soon be theirs and that the Kryze brothers, along with Duchess Satine, would no longer hold any power afterward. The plan was set in motion in 20 years before the Battle of Yavin. The Shadow Collective launched a coordinated coup against the new Mandalorian government. Maul's plan involved a brilliant piece of misdirection that the Mandalorian public never saw coming. He wanted to turn the Death Watch from criminals into heroes in the eyes of the local people. So he had the criminal element of the Shadow Collective strike new Mandalorian territory across the planet first. Black Sun forces, Pyke Syndicate soldiers, and Hutt enforcers all moved against the new Mandalorian capital city of Sundari at the same time. The strikes were violent enough to terrify the local population into looking for any kind of help they could find. That is when Death Watch arrived on the scene as the supposed rescuers. They presented themselves as the heroes who had come to save Sundari from the off-world criminal invasion. The public had no idea that the very invasion they were being saved from had been orchestrated by Death Watch in the first place. The plan worked perfectly. The Mandalorian public welcomed Death Watch as their saviors. Pre Vizsla was able to dethrone Duchess Satine Kryze in the aftermath and replace her as Prime Minister, while also taking the self-titled position of Mandalore for himself. Shortly after his rise to power, Maul traveled to the Sundari Royal Palace to meet with the new Mandalore and discuss the Shadow Collective's future plans together. That meeting did not go the way Maul had expected at all. With his own personal goals already met, Pre Vizsla turned on Maul completely. Vizsla refused to aid the Sith Lord in moving against other neutral systems where the new Mandalorian state held political influence. Vizsla had used Maul to get Mandalore. He had no intention of fighting Maul's bigger galactic war. Maul was captured at the meeting and shown off to the people of Sundari during a public speech. Vizsla described his prisoner as the last piece of the criminal element being cleaned out of Mandalore, and used the moment to announce his plans to remilitarize the new Mandalorian populace going forward. Maul and Savage were jailed together in the Sundari prison after the betrayal. They did not stay there for long. The brothers escaped from their cells, and Maul issued a direct challenge to Pre Vizsla on the spot. He demanded single combat between the two of them, with the title of Mandalore itself on the line. The duel that followed would change Mandalorian history forever. Maul defeated Pre Vizsla in single combat. He took the head of his opponent, and with it he claimed two things at once. He claimed the ancient Mandalorian weapon Vizsla had been carrying, called the Darksaber. He also claimed the title of Mandalore for himself directly. The Darksaber was a sacred Mandalorian artifact that conveyed legitimate leadership of the entire Mandalorian people. A non-Mandalorian Sith Lord was now holding it openly. That victory immediately split Death Watch into two factions overnight. Those loyal to Maul became known as the Mandalorian Super Commandos. They painted their armor red and black to honor their new Sith master. Those who remained loyal to the memory of Pre Vizsla rallied behind Bo-Katan Kryze instead, refusing to accept an outsider as their Mandalore. The Mandalorian civil war that had been brewing for generations now had two new leaders on opposing sides. On Maul's direct orders, a figure named Almec was reinstated as Prime Minister of Mandalore to serve as a puppet ruler. Almec maintained the appearance of new Mandalorian neutrality on the public stage, while Maul actually controlled the planet from behind the throne. The Shadow Collective had taken its first major prize. But Maul's coup had attracted exactly the kind of attention he had been hoping to avoid. Darth Sidious himself traveled to Mandalore once he learned what his former apprentice had built. The Dark Lord viewed Maul as a rival who had to be removed from the picture entirely. Sidious's arrival turned the situation into a personal confrontation between master and former student. In the resulting duel, Sidious took down Savage Opress permanently. The Dark Lord then overwhelmed Maul with Force lightning, subdued the former apprentice, and took him as a prisoner. Sidious wanted Maul alive for his own purposes that ran deeper than simple revenge. Maul was taken to a separatist prison facility after the fight on Mandalore. Count Dooku, who was working under Sidious as Darth Tyrannus, tortured the captive Sith for information about the Shadow Collective and the locations of all his criminal allies. Before Dooku could extract everything he needed from Maul, Prime Minister Almec back on Mandalore arranged for Maul's escape from the facility. The Mandalorian puppet government had stayed loyal to its real master. Maul returned to Zanbar to take direct command of his Death Watch army once he was free, but he had been followed all the way back to his base. General Grievous and his separatist droid forces moved against Maul's empire on Zanbar at Sidious's command. The separatists were now actively dismantling everything Maul had spent the past year building. Maul's forces were ultimately overwhelmed by the massive droid armies that the separatists could field against him. The collapse of the Shadow Collective began here, and it ran in roughly the reverse order of how the coalition had been assembled in the first place. The Hutts were the first to walk away. They withdrew from the Shadow Collective entirely after the Zanbar defeat and never rejoined Maul's organization afterward. They had decided he was a lost cause and pulled their enforcers out before they could lose any more clan resources. The Pykes and Black Sun severed ties soon after the Hutts, following their own defeats at the hands of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The reason was simple and practical for both syndicates. Maul could no longer protect their financial interests, and his intimidation alone was not enough to hold them in place when the math stopped working. Maul lost control of Mandalore entirely when the Galactic Republic finally laid siege to the planet at the very end of the Clone Wars. The climactic siege of Mandalore was actually the final major operation of the Republic before its transformation into the Galactic Empire weeks later. Ahsoka Tano led the Republic forces during the operation and personally defeated Maul in single combat on Mandalorian soil. With the siege of Mandalore, the Shadow Collective was effectively finished as a functional organization. A coalition that had taken Maul months to build had unraveled in a matter of weeks once Sidious turned his attention to it directly. But the criminal alliances Maul had pulled together would not all stay quiet forever. One specific piece of the Shadow Collective's framework would eventually rise again in a new form years later. That form would be called Crimson Dawn, and it would carry pieces of Maul's Underworld coalition deep into the Imperial era yet to come. After the Shadow Collective fell apart at the end of the Clone Wars, Maul did not give up on his ambition to control the galactic underworld. He took the strongest piece of his broken coalition and rebuilt it into something new entirely. And this new operation would eventually be turned against the Sith Order itself. That new operation was a syndicate called Crimson Dawn. It would emerge during the early years of the Galactic Empire and eventually be counted among the 5 syndicates of the Imperial era, alongside Black Sun, Crimora, the Hutt clans, and the Pyke Syndicate. But the most interesting thing about Crimson Dawn was actually a structural secret most outsiders never learned. For nearly its entire existence, the person publicly running the syndicate was never the person actually in charge. The origin story of Crimson Dawn was told later by a young cloud rider named Enfys Nest. According to her account, the syndicate began as a group of mercenaries operating on a planet called Savareen. The mercenaries had a particularly nasty reputation for cruelty toward the local population. When citizens of Savareen rebelled against them at one point, the mercenaries silenced the survivors through extremely cruel methods. That brutal founding incident gave the future syndicate its character from day one. These same mercenaries eventually organized themselves into the formal entity called Crimson Dawn. The new syndicate joined Maul's Shadow Collective late in the Clone Wars, making them one of the very last criminal groups to officially align with Maul before the larger coalition fell apart. When the rest of the Shadow Collective collapsed under Sidious's pressure in the events we covered last section, Crimson Dawn was the one piece Maul managed to keep intact behind the scenes. After the Galactic Empire rose to power, Maul retained covert leadership over Crimson Dawn from the shadows of his homeworld. He ran the syndicate from Dathomir, the same planet where his mother Talzin had restored him years earlier. The public face of Crimson Dawn was operated by lieutenants who reported back to him directly. This was the structural setup that defined the syndicate for years to come. Maul was the real boss. Someone else stood in front of the cameras. The most famous of those public-facing lieutenants was a crime lord named Dryden Voss. Voss was a violent and charismatic figure, and a near-human with distinctive scar-like markings across his face that flushed bright red whenever his rage rose. He operated from a luxurious yacht called the First Light, which served as his floating headquarters across the stars. He also kept a permanent base on a planet called Vandor. Under his public leadership, Crimson Dawn moved spice through the same networks the Pyke Syndicate provided. They smuggled coaxium fuel through their channels. They ran protection rackets across multiple sectors. From the outside, the entire operation looked like Voss's personal empire. But Voss was reporting back to Maul on Dathomir the whole time. That hidden dynamic would last until a young woman from Corellia changed everything about Crimson Dawn. The woman who would eventually run Crimson Dawn started her life on Corellia under the name Kira. She had grown up in one of the worst neighborhoods on the planet, an area of Coronet City known as the Silo. The streets there were dangerous for anyone at any age. Kira managed to escape the worst of it by becoming what was locally called a scrum rat. Scrum rats were young recruits for a gang called the White Worms, which was run by a creature named Lady Proxima. Proxima quickly noticed Kira's intelligence and her initiative as a young operator. She rewarded Kira with the title of Head Girl. That title gave Kira real authority among the gang's youth members, even while she stayed inside the broader White Worms hierarchy. Kira's affection for a young smuggler named Han Solo ended up being her undoing in those early years. She intervened to save Han's neck during a confrontation with Proxima. The two of them then attempted to escape Corellia together. Han made it off-world in the chaos. Qi'ra was caught and left behind to face the consequences alone. Lady Proxima did not forgive what Qi'ra had done. The White Worm's boss sold Qi'ra to a trafficker named Sarkin Eneb. Eneb in turn sold Qi'ra onward to Dryden Voss himself, who saw real potential in the young woman as a useful asset for Crimson Dawn. That single transaction would eventually prove to be the worst business decision Sarkin Eneb ever made. Voss trained Qi'ra personally over the years that followed her arrival. The training had two parallel tracks. The first was combat skills, where Voss specifically taught her the Teres Cassi martial art. The second was the politics of the criminal underworld, where Voss taught her how to navigate Crimson Dawn's complex relationships with all the other major syndicates. Eventually, Voss gave Qi'ra the chance to take revenge on Sarkin Eneb personally. She finished Eneb herself, which earned her a real position inside Crimson Dawn. From that point forward, Qi'ra rose rapidly through the organization's ranks. Despite her youth, she eventually became Dryden Voss's most trusted lieutenant. In the public hierarchy of Crimson Dawn, she was second only to Voss himself. She still had no idea at this point that Maul was actually running the entire syndicate from Dathomir. In 10 years before Yavin, Voss sent one of his senior associates on a major job. The associate was a smuggler named Tobias Beckett. His mission was to obtain a shipment of valuable coaxium fuel from Voss's base on Vandor. That single contract would eventually change Qi'ra's entire life trajectory. Beckett's mission brought him into direct contact with the now adult Han Solo, who had grown into a smuggler in his own right since the Coronet City days. Qi'ra reunited with Solo on Vandor during the operation. She accompanied Han and his crew on the mission to retrieve the coaxium. She also recommended a specific ship for the job, owned by another smuggler named Lando Calrissian. The crew completed the famous Kessel run during the operation, traveling through the same dangerous space we covered back in Section 11 when we looked at the Pyke Spice operation. On Savareen, after the successful Kessel run, Solo developed a plan to double-cross Voss directly. He intended to deliver fake coaxium to Crimson Dawn while giving the real shipment to a group called the Cloud Riders. The Cloud Riders were led by Enfys Nest, the same young woman who would later document the Syndicate's origin story. The plan was for the Cloud Riders to use the real coaxium to fund their growing resistance work against the major syndicates. But Voss saw the entire plan coming. He had been alerted in advance by Tobias Beckett, who had actually been a Crimson Dawn double agent the entire time. Voss confronted Solo and Qi'ra aboard the First Light yacht to deal with the betrayal personally. What Voss did not know was that Han Solo had also foreseen Beckett's treachery. The young smuggler had built a counter double-cross of his own into the operation. In the confrontation that followed aboard the First Light, Qi'ra picked her side at the critical moment. She turned on Voss completely. She ended him using his own ceremonial dagger, a weapon called a Ptah. The blade her mentor had taught her to respect was now in his own chest. Qi'ra stepped directly into Voss's position within Crimson Dawn the moment he fell. She used Voss's signet ring to contact the Syndicate's secret real boss directly through encrypted channels. That contact was Maul himself, finally revealing his hidden role to her for the very first time. Maul told her to bring the First Light to Dathomir immediately. Qi'ra followed his instructions to the letter. She abandoned Han Solo on Savareen and chose the path of the criminal underworld over any possible future with him. The romance she had carried since her Coronet City days was officially over. The galactic underworld had just gained one of its most dangerous new figures. During her time under Maul on Dathomir, the former Sith Lord explained the deeper structure of the Imperial era to her in private. He told her that Emperor Palpatine and Darth Vader were both secretly Sith Lords. He revealed that the Galactic Empire was a puppet government through which the Sith Order had quietly retaken control of the galaxy after thousands of years in the shadows. Qi'ra was learning the biggest secret in galactic politics directly from one of the few people outside the Sith Order itself who actually knew it. That knowledge would change Qi'ra's ambitions permanently. She was no longer interested in just rebuilding Crimson Dawn for profit after Maul was eventually gone. She was going to weaponize the entire Syndicate against the Sith themselves. Maul's own end came during a mission to Tatooine years later. He fell to Obi-Wan Kenobi himself, the same Jedi he had been hunting since the invasion of Naboo decades earlier. The man who had taken Maul's lower body all those years ago on Naboo finally finished the cycle of revenge between them. With Maul gone, Qi'ra officially became the new leader of Crimson Dawn in her own right. She was given the formal title of Lady. She immediately set about rebuilding the Syndicate from the ground up using her own design. The new Crimson Dawn would be built for a single ultimate purpose. That purpose was taking down Darth Sidious and his apprentice Darth Vader simultaneously. Qi'ra hoped to succeed where Maul had failed for so long. She planned to use the chaos and disorder that Crimson Dawn could create across the galaxy as a weapon against the Sith and the Empire at the same time. In preparation for her secret war, she also expanded Crimson Dawn by building a web of agents throughout all the major powers of the galaxy. Her syndicate now had eyes inside the Empire, inside the Rebel Alliance, and inside every rival underworld faction. In 3 years after Yavin, Crimson Dawn officially announced its return to the galactic stage in dramatic fashion. The announcement came in the form of an auction. The item being auctioned was the carbonite-frozen body of Han Solo himself, which Crimson Dawn had stolen from Boba Fett during transport. The auction invited every major syndicate and organization from across the galaxy to bid on the famous smuggler. Qi'ra used the auction for multiple purposes at once. The public goal was to demonstrate Crimson Dawn's power as a fully returned syndicate. The hidden goal was much more ambitious. She wanted to deliberately create a rift between the Galactic Empire and the Hutt cartel by manipulating both sides into a confrontation over Han Solo's body. Both factions wanted Solo for different reasons of their own. Qi'ra was playing them against each other as the opening move of her larger war. Crimson Dawn's resurgence under Qi'ra represented Maul's underworld legacy, continuing long after his own end on Tatooine. The Syndicate had survived its founder twice over. It had survived the fall of Dryden Voss, and it had survived the fall of Maul himself. Each transition had pushed the organization further from its origins as a brutal mercenary outfit on Savareen and closer to becoming something the galactic underworld had never produced before. A syndicate built on shadows and revenge, with an end goal that reached beyond mere profit: the complete destruction of the Sith Order itself. There was a moment during the Galactic Civil War when only two beings in the entire galaxy held more political power than a single crime lord. And that crime lord was already plotting to outmaneuver one of them. The crime lord was Prince Xizor of House Sijran. He was a Faline by species, born into nobility, and he had spent his entire adult life climbing toward a level of power that no other figure in the galactic underworld had ever even attempted to reach. By the height of the Galactic Civil War, he was officially recognized as the third most powerful being in the galaxy. The only two figures who stood above him on that list were Emperor Palpatine himself and Darth Vader. And Xizor had a personal score to settle with Vader that ran far deeper than ambition alone. Xizor's home base was Coruscant, the capital planet of the entire galaxy. He had constructed his primary headquarters there as a deliberate political statement to anyone who saw it. The structure was a 102-story palace that he had personally commissioned, located east of the presidential palace in the heart of the city. The site preparation alone had required the former Farfalla skyscraper to be torn down all the way to its sub-foundations. The new palace was less splendid than the Imperial Palace itself, but its proximity to the throne sent a clear message to Palpatine. Black Sun's power was approaching the level of the Empire itself. He had been a trillionaire even during the final years of the Galactic Republic, long before he ever became Black Sun's leader. Most of that initial wealth came directly from House Sijran's noble holdings on his homeworld of Faline. He had always lived extravagantly. The palace on Coruscant was just the most visible example of his expensive tastes. He also ran a legitimate business empire on top of his criminal operations. The company was called Xizor Transport Systems, often shortened to XTS. The business built starships designed for large-scale transport and trading operations. XTS served as the public legitimate front that fed his underworld operations from inside the cover of legal trade. Xizor had been climbing through the Black Sun hierarchy since before the Clone Wars even began. By the time the war broke out, he was already a significant figure inside the organization. But Black Sun itself was in trouble during this period. The Syndicate had nearly collapsed due to a Bota regulation deal with the Hutts that had fallen apart at the worst possible time. Xizor's response was characteristic of his entire career. He waited the war out patiently and bided his time, watching for the right opening to advance his own position when everyone else was distracted by the larger conflict. When the war concluded in 19 years before Yavin, Xizor moved fast. He quickly developed a close personal relationship with the newly proclaimed Galactic Emperor, Palpatine. Mere months after Palpatine's declaration of a new order, Xizor emerged as a leading competitor to become a Vigo within Black Sun. He faced fierce competition from a Nadiji assassin named Caird for the same position. Xizor's political connections to the new emperor gave him the edge he needed to take it. That was move one in Xizor's larger chess game. During the early days of the Galactic Empire, Black Sun was being led by an underlord named Dal Perhi. We covered Perhi briefly back in Section 10 as the leader who succeeded Alexei Garin after Darth Maul's takedown of the Council. Perhi's hold on power had always been weak. Xizor saw exactly how weak. He used his cunning to gradually maneuver Perhi out of the top seat over the years that followed the Empire's rise. By the onset of the Galactic Civil War, Xizor had completely replaced Dal Perhi as the Underlord of Black Sun itself. That single takeover would lead Black Sun to unparalleled prestige under his command. This was the play that put Xizor on the path toward becoming the third most powerful being in the entire galaxy. Black Sun, under his leadership, would become a force that no other syndicate could match in pure influence. The second major move came through a different syndicate entirely. When Aruk the Hutt, the head of the Besadi Khajidik, was finished by his rivals in the Desilagic clan, an opportunity opened up for someone willing to step in. We mentioned this back in Section 15 when we covered Jabba's role in poisoning Aruk personally. Aruk's heir was a Hutt named Durga. Durga was facing a hostile transition within his own clan, with rivals positioning themselves to grab Besadi's resources for themselves before Durga could consolidate his rule. Xizor stepped in directly. He offered to remove Durga's rivals from the picture personally, ensuring a smooth transition of power for Durga. In exchange for the service, Xizor wanted a cut of the Besadi profits from their spice operations on the planet Elysia. Durga had no real choice but to accept the deal as offered. Xizor also provided Durga with security for Elysia by granting him the services of a private security company that normally worked closely with Black Sun on contract. The arrangement was meant to protect the spice operation from outside threats, but the security still failed when a rebel strike team destroyed Elysia outright. Durga was left with nothing in the aftermath of the loss. He subsequently became one of Xizor's Vigos, joining the 9 lieutenants who served at the top of Black Sun's hierarchy. Through this single arrangement, Xizor had effectively absorbed half of the Besadi clan into Black Sun while keeping Jabba's Desilagic clan as a separate business partner. Speaking of Jabba, Xizor maintained ongoing dealings with the famous Tatooine crime lord even after the Besadi acquisition was complete. The Jabba relationship was unusual in one specific way. Jabba would actually address Xizor in Basic during their conversations, which was a very rare concession from a Hutt who otherwise insisted on Hutt ease with every other being he dealt with. That detail tells you exactly how much respect Jabba personally had for Xizor as a fellow Underworld power. Now we come to the personal feud that defined the second half of Xizor's career and his entire legacy. Xizor had developed a bitter rivalry with Darth Vader from inside the Empire itself. The reason for the feud went all the way back to a tragedy on Xizor's homeworld of Faline. Years earlier, Vader had ordered the cleansing of all the Faline who had been contaminated by an accident at a biological weapons laboratory on the planet. The cleansing was deemed necessary to prevent the contamination from spreading any further across the surface. But 200,000 Faline perished in the operation that followed, and Xizor's own family was among the lost. Xizor had held a personal vendetta against Vader from that day forward. He sought to embarrass Vader in front of the Emperor at every available opportunity. That feud played out as a hidden war between the two of them within the court of Palpatine himself. Both Xizor and Vader were competing to win the Emperor's favor over the other. Neither could openly attack the other without risking Palpatine's direct disapproval. So they fought through proxies and through indirect maneuvering instead. Xizor maintained an amenable business relationship with the Empire on the surface while simultaneously plotting against Vader behind the scenes. Vader knew the plotting was happening on Xizor's side. He was waiting for the right opening to respond. Palpatine himself was not naive about the situation between them. The Emperor actually used Xizor's legitimate business as part of his own grand schemes. XTS was contracted to deliver 300 ships of construction material to the Death Star 2 construction site above the forest moon of Endor. Palpatine also planned to use Black Sun as a pawn to plant secret Death Star construction plans into the hands of the Rebel Alliance. Because the Alliance trusted Black Sun as an independent player outside Imperial control, they would believe the planted plans were legitimate intelligence. The Emperor was playing a much bigger game than even Xizor realized at the time. Xizor made his third major move during this same period, taking out a competitor syndicate called the Tenless Crime Syndicate. Tenless had previously been in league with Black Sun, but had failed to pay proper tribute when Xizor demanded it. Xizor's response was indirect and devastating in the same breath. He leaked information to Vader that Tenlos was hiding a rebel shipyard in the Vagesso asteroids. Vader sent Imperial forces to destroy the shipyard, which also ruined Tenlos as a competitor in the process. Xizor had used his enemy Vader as the weapon against his other enemy Tenlos, without either side realizing it. By the time of the Battle of Hoth, Xizor was considered one of the most influential beings in the entire galaxy. His wealth was extraordinary even by Imperial standards. His influence through criminal activities reached into every major sector of the Underworld. Black Sun under his command ruled organized crime so thoroughly that few individuals or organizations dared to cross the Syndicate openly anymore. Black Sun's military forces could defend an entire planet if a situation called for that level of response. Xizor was supported in his daily operations by a small inner circle of trusted figures. His bodyguard and personal assassin was named Guri. Guri was a human replica droid, which meant she was a synthetic being designed to be indistinguishable from a true human in every way. She served as his chief lieutenant and was considered one of the deadliest non-force users anywhere in the galaxy. Xizor was also assisted by his niece Savan and by many other Vigos and operatives who handled the daily operations of his sprawling underworld empire. Then came the move that would end Xizor's entire career. Xizor learned at some point that Luke Skywalker was Darth Vader's son. The information was a closely guarded secret within the Imperial inner circle. Once Xizor possessed it, he decided to make his most ambitious play of his entire criminal career. He would take out Luke Skywalker before Vader could turn the young Jedi to the dark side. The act would serve two purposes at once. It would foil Vader's larger plan for his son completely. It would also embarrass Vader so deeply before the Emperor that Palpatine might finally remove Vader from his position of favor in the court. When Vader learned of Xizor's scheme to target Luke, the Sith Lord made absolutely sure that Xizor paid the full price for the attempt. Vader did not delegate the response to anyone else under his command. He took action personally instead. He confronted Xizor aboard the Faline Prince's own skyhook, which was a private station floating high above Coruscant. The skyhook was Xizor's personal sanctuary, the place where he should have been safest from any direct attack. Vader ended Xizor right there on his own skyhook, putting the final word on a hidden war that had been running between them for years. The fall of Xizor ended the absolute height of Black Sun's power forever. The Syndicate would continue operating after his removal, but it would never again reach the level of influence it had held under his leadership. The third most powerful being in the galactic underworld had finally pushed his ambition too far. The lesson of Xizor's career sat at the very edge of what the galactic underworld had ever attempted in its entire history. A crime lord could rise high enough in the Empire to sit just 2 seats away from the throne itself. He could build palaces next to the Emperor's own palace. He could run his syndicate openly while playing political chess with Sith lords on the same day of the week. But the moment he tried to use his power to settle personal scores against one of those Sith lords, the entire arrangement came apart in a single decisive confrontation. Xizor had climbed higher than any underworld figure ever would again, and his ending also reminded every future crime lord in the galaxy exactly how high was too high. The bounty hunter who would become the most famous figure in galactic underworld history began his climb to the top by accepting a contract to take down the entire profession from the inside. And the man pulling the strings on that contract was Prince Xizor of Black Sun. The hunter was Boba Fett, the son of Jango Fett, whose story we covered back in sections 13 and 14. Boba had been created on Kamino through Darth Tyrannus's arrangement with Jango, who served as the genetic template for the entire Grand Army of the Republic. But unlike the clone troopers grown from his father's DNA, Jango had raised Boba as a true son with a complete childhood, teaching him combat, weapons, and Mandalorian tradition. After Jango fell at Geonosis at the hands of Mace Windu, the young Boba took up his father's profession across the galaxy. He worked alongside Bossk, Dengar, and Asajj Ventress during the Clone Wars era as part of his own crew called Krayt's Claw. In the years after the war, he made his name working for both Jabba the Hutt and Darth Vader directly. Boba had inherited his father's disdain for the Bounty Hunters Guild itself. He chose never to join the guild, just like Jango had refused before him. He felt contempt for their professional rules and the kinds of hunters those rules attracted. That feeling would soon prove very useful to other parties in the galaxy. By approximately 1 year after Yavin, the Bounty Hunters Guild was being led by the Trandoshan Kradosk, who we covered back in Section 12. The guild had become a privileged institution at this point, working as a formal allied holding to the Empire with access to the Imperial Enforcement Data Core. But the guild also had a serious internal problem. Kradosk had been holding on to power for years, and his son Bossk had been resenting the old man's grip on the organization for just as long. Bossk feared his father was destroying the guild through sheer stubbornness. The guild was everything to Bossk personally, and he refused to watch it collapse under his father's senile leadership. Around this time, Boba Fett accepted a commission from a middleman named Kud-ar Mubat. The middleman was acting on behalf of Prince Xizor, the Black Sun Underlord, whose chess game we covered last section. Xizor's order was simple. He wanted Boba to infiltrate the Bounty Hunters Guild and destroy it from the inside. The plan made strategic sense for Black Sun. Xizor believed the guild was an obstacle to Black Sun's larger plan of dominating the freelance bounty hunter market. With the guild gone, every independent hunter in the galaxy would have nowhere to go for organized contracts. Black Sun could fill that vacuum directly. Boba accepted the contract despite his personal disdain for the guild. He joined under the pretense of cooperation. Kradosk welcomed him in personally, but the younger guild hunters were deeply displeased about the new arrival. Once he was officially inside, Boba assembled a team to handle his first major guild mission. The team included his old friend, a cyborg named Daharhan. The job was to go after a Leunisi target named Oaf-Na Dinid on the planet Circumtor. The Leunisi had placed a massive bounty on Dinid's head. The trail led to a clan of shell huts who Dinid was hoping to work for. The mission went sideways immediately upon arrival. One of the shell huts ended Oaf-Na Dinid himself in a fit of rage before the bounty hunters even reached him. The hunters got caught in the chaos that followed. Daharhan fell during the confusion. Another hunter named Zuckuss reported back to the guild that Bossk had also fallen in the engagement. Kradosk took the news of his son's apparent end with surprising pleasure. He had been planning to initiate a purge of the younger guild members anyway, and Bossk being gone would make the purge much easier to carry out. Then Bossk walked back into the guild complex very much alive. Once he learned what his father had been planning, Bossk took action without hesitation. He used his father's own ornamental dagger to end Kradosk on the spot. In keeping with Trandoshan tradition, Bossk then consumed his father after the act. The guild complex erupted into a massive firefight as the situation spiraled out of control completely. That was exactly the outcome Boba Fett had been hired by Shizor to engineer. The guild split in two right along generational lines, with the old hunters squaring off against the young hunters in what became known as the Bounty Hunter Wars. The factions had clear identities. Bossk became the leader of the Guild Reform Committee, which was made up mostly of younger hunters. The Reform Committee was focused on destroying what they called the True Guild, which was composed of the elders who had originally run the operation under Kradosk. The True Guild was made up of the old guard who had reaped the profits while the younger hunters earned the bounties. That resentment had been building for years before the war finally broke out. The bounty hunter wars that followed tore through the profession itself. The infighting consisted of contracts taken against fellow hunters, betrayals, and double crosses that left almost nobody untouched. The professional bounty hunter community we covered in Section 12 was being systematically dismantled. Despite their long-standing rivalry, Boba and Bossk eventually teamed up briefly for one specific contract. The target was a renegade Imperial stormtrooper named Trin Vosont, who had taken out his own crew and made off with secret encryption codes worth a fortune. Their scheme worked up to a point, but Bossk double-crossed Boba near the finish to claim the bounty for himself. Boba had foreseen the move and hired Zuckuss as backup in advance. He ultimately captured both Bossk and Zuckuss during the betrayal, forced them into the only escape pod aboard his ship Slave One, and blasted the pod out into space. Bossk threw a miniature thermal detonator into Slave One as he was being ejected, which nearly destroyed Boba's ship in the process. By the end of the Bounty Hunter Wars, the professional hunting community had been gutted. Only Dengar, Bossk, and a few others remained alive among the major hunters of the previous era. Then, in 3 years after Yavin, Darth Vader made a request that would become one of the most famous moments in galactic underworld history. He summoned Boba Fett, Bossk, IG-88, Dengar, 4LOM, and Zuckuss aboard his command ship, the Executor. The mission was to capture the Millennium Falcon after the Battle of Hoth. The ship belonged to Han Solo, the same smuggler who Crimson Dawn would later auction in carbonite form back in Section 19. Vader's open summons of these criminal hunters was a watershed moment. It was the moment the Empire openly admitted that its military could not handle a single freighter on its own, and that it needed underworld labor to finish the job. Boba Fett was the smartest of the entire group. He predicted that Han Solo would hide the Falcon among an Imperial Star Destroyer's trash dump and float away undetected when the fleet jumped to hyperspace. He was correct about every detail. He tracked the Falcon to Cloud City on Bespin, where Vader was already waiting for the smugglers. In collaboration with Vader, Boba claimed Han Solo frozen in carbonite as his bounty for delivery to Jabba the Hutt. The carbonite freezing of Han Solo became one of the most iconic moments of the entire Imperial era. The bounty hunter who claimed Han Solo also became the most famous bounty hunter in galactic history overnight. And the bounty hunters guild that had supposedly governed his profession was already gone. By the late Imperial era, bounty hunting had largely become freelance work. With smaller, informal networks, replacing the centralized guild structure that Tradosk had once dominated. Boba Fett had completed his original Jizor contract exactly as ordered. He had then become the very legend his father had always tried to be, and he had done both within the span of just a few years. When the Empire fell at Endor, the galactic underworld was hit by a shockwave just as devastating. The two most powerful crime lords in the galaxy had already fallen by that point, and what came next would determine whether organized crime could even survive into the new era. The Battle of Endor in 4 years after Yavin shattered the Galactic Empire and upended the Underworld in the same moment. The end of the Emperor created a sudden power vacuum that every criminal organization rushed to fill. The figures who had personally governed galactic crime for decades were already gone before the battle even started. Jabba the Hutt had fallen in that same year when Princess Leia Organa took him down with the chain he had forced on her, as we covered back in Section 15. Prince Xizor of Black Sun had already fallen just months before Endor, when Darth Vader confronted him aboard his own skyhook. The galactic underworld had lost both of its top figures within a single year, and the political institution that had tolerated them was also collapsing. The immediate fallout was chaos across multiple sectors. Fighting broke out almost immediately between the remnants of Jabba's criminal empire. Two small-time criminals named Kes Dollis and Kisa Shaki tried to take over the Mos Eisley portion of his smuggling business, which sparked a gang war that pulled in dozens of other operators. The fall of Jabba also cancelled the personal debts of many beings across the galaxy. Luke Skywalker was actually held in considerable favor by many in the underworld for removing such a dangerous complication from their lives. The Hutt family did not forgive what had happened on Tatooine. Zorba the Hutt, who was Jabba's father and had recently been released from a galactic prison, placed a bounty on Princess Leia in retaliation. The Desiligic family later extended bounties to Han Solo, Chewbacca, and Luke Skywalker as well. The bounties were not formally rescinded until years later, when Leia was elected Chief of State of the New Republic, since the Hutts did not want to further antagonize the new galactic government. Black Sun was hit even harder by the simultaneous loss of its leader and its imperial patron. Several attempts were made over the following years to restore the Syndicate's power. One was led by Xizor's niece, Savan, who tried to claim her uncle's position directly. Another was led by a figure named Geodu Dekuk, who termed his rebuilt enterprise Black Nebula. None of these attempts fully succeeded in restoring the Syndicate to what it had been. The one figure who actually managed to consolidate real power during this chaos was Durga the Hutt, who we mentioned briefly back in our Black Sun section. Durga was the head of the Besadi Khajidik, the same clan that had been losing to Jabba's Desiligic family for centuries. With the underworld in total chaos, Durga finally pushed Desiligic out of the top spot. He made Besadi the dominant Hutt clan on Nal Hutta. He also took control of the reorganized Black Sun Syndicate after Xizor's fall, which briefly made him one of the most powerful figures in the entire galactic underworld. But Durga had bigger ambitions than running a syndicate. He had become intoxicated with his rapid rise in power. He vowed to eclipse the memory of Cossack Inajik Ardurf, the legendary Hutt conqueror from Section 3 who had defeated Shim the Despot more than 25,000 years earlier. Durga wanted to be the greatest Hutt in galactic history. To get there, he conceived a plan nobody else in the underworld had ever attempted. He decided to build a planet-destroying superweapon. With the weapon, he could hold entire worlds for ransom and remove his enemies on a galactic scale. He called the program his Outreach Plan. Through the Bothan Spynet, Durga located Bevel Lemelisk, the actual designer of both the first and second Death Stars from the original Imperial program. He recruited Lemelisk for his own project. He then ransacked Jabba's palace on Tatooine for any information that would help him hack into Imperial databases. He even made diplomatic overtures to Coruscant directly, asking the New Republic for peace as a cover for his real plans. During a diplomatic meeting with Chief of State Leia Organa Solo, Durga's pet Tauril, which were a species of hive-minded workers, lifted a copy of the Death Star schematics from inside the astromech droid R2-D2. The schematics had been carried inside that droid since the original rebellion. Deep in the Hoth asteroid belt, Durga began building his weapon. The project was codenamed the Darksaber. The finished weapon resembled a giant lightsaber blade more than a traditional Death Star. Lemelisk had stripped away all extraneous infrastructure from the original Death Star design and channeled everything into a central superlaser. The construction had serious problems from the start. Bevel Lemelisk tried in vain to impress one basic truth on his megalomaniacal employer. A Death Star could not be built on the cheap. The Tauril workers' hive mind also made for terrible attention to detail across the entire project. Plagued with inferior materials and shoddy Tauril workmanship, the Darksaber looked to Lemelisk as if it would never fire a single shot. Durga refused to correct any of the flaws. A New Republic commando team led by General Kriegsmarine was dispatched to sabotage the project. The team failed, and Madine was personally finished by Durga during the operation. But before he fell, Madine had signaled the New Republic fleet. A battle group commanded by General Wedge Antilles arrived to attack the Darksaber directly. Durga made one fatal choice in the final moments. He tried to use the unfinished superlaser to blast an escape corridor through the asteroid field. The weapon failed completely as Lemelisk had predicted. The Darksaber was crushed between two massive asteroids in the Hoth asteroid belt, ending Durga and his short-lived rebellion in a single moment. Bevel Lemelisk survived by abandoning the project just before its destruction. He was captured by the New Republic and 4 years later was brought to justice for his role in the original Death Stars and the Darksaber. His final words requested that those carrying out his sentence at least make sure to do it right this time, in reference to the multiple times Imperial cloning had brought him back for further service. Meanwhile, in 9 years after Yavin, during the Thrawn crisis, a different kind of underworld figure was rising. His name was Talon Karrde. Karrde was a smuggler in the mold of Han Solo, honorable and refined in his business dealings. He had inherited the smuggling organization of an older figure named George Kardas and ran it from a smuggler's haven on the planet Meetra. Karrde's rise came through a chance encounter. He rescued Luke Skywalker after the Jedi had been stranded in deep space. He then helped Luke avoid capture by Grand Admiral Thrawn, though only after his hand was forced by Thrawn's tactics. Thrawn responded by placing a bounty on Karrde directly. The bounty forced the smuggler to sell the secret location of the Katana fleet to the New Republic, a secret he had kept since his days under Kardas. The information helped tip the war back toward the New Republic. Karrde then took the Underworld in a direction nobody had expected. He organized something called the Smugglers' Alliance to represent independent smugglers to the New Republic directly. The alliance included Lando Calrissian, Booster Terek, and many other smugglers across the galaxy. They aided in the battle against Thrawn's forces directly. The Smugglers' Alliance played a major role at the Battle of Bilbringi in 9 years after Yavin, the engagement where Thrawn was finally defeated. For the first time in galactic history, smugglers had openly helped a legitimate government against an imperial threat. The galactic underworld was changing in ways nobody from the old generation would have recognized. Then, in 26 years after Yavin, the catastrophic Yuuzhan Vong invasion arrived from beyond the known galaxy. The invaders specifically devastated Hutt space in retribution for the Hutt's attempts at double-dealing with both sides of the war. Nal Hutta, Nar Shaddaa, and Ilos were all reshaped by the invaders in a process called Vong forming. The Hutt era that had begun more than 25,000 years earlier finally came to its catastrophic end during this conflict. The galactic underworld had been the truest constant of galactic history. It was older than the Republic. It was older than the Empire. It was older than the New Republic that rose from Endor. Even the catastrophic Yuuzhan Vong War would not extinguish it from existence. Crime would persist exactly as it had always persisted, in the buried levels of Coruscant we covered way back in Section 1, in the deep markets of Nar Shaddaa, and across all the shadows of the stars in between. The galactic underworld was the dark mirror of every government that ever ruled the galaxy. And in the end, it outlasted them all.